3. Test. Test. 5. Test. 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 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Break. Test. Test. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Test. 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 5, 4, 3. Test. 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 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Break. 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 Test. 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 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wasn't it going through that though? Test. 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 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Test. 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 5. Test. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Break. Test. 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 5, 4. Test, test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Test, test. Oh no, floor wrestling. Can't join now.
keeps control for Thompson. Pass receiving's wide open underneath on the basket. Great pass.
Backs down, now kicks out, up top to the left side, Caden Dahl. Dahl hesitates, then takes the three and knocks it home good. Dahl to get the turn. Carr trying to keep those legs underneath, then Cassette gets him down, and there's the pin.
Rebounded by Kendra Severson. Severson, here comes Bevins back the other way. Bevins, little contact, roll it in, good for Elena Bevins, and we're tied.
Through and Zeller with an excuse me bump, and here goes Semp for takeoff.
Alston Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
All right. Hey, welcome everybody to your liveevent.com coverage of your North Dakota Class B East Region, Southeast Subregion dual team tournament. We're live from Lisbon High School Gymnasium. We do have two mats out on the floor for this dual tournament. So mat number 1 and mat number 2, you can match that up with your track wrestling information. You're following along on track wrestling. Just go ahead and hit the search for the Southeast Region North Dakota Class B dual tournament. You'll be able to find that on track wrestling, and also follow along here on yourliveevent.com. Have a lineup for duels in your first round between the Illinois Calm Thunder and the Oaks Tornadoes. That is your first duel in round number 1, that Lisbon and Northern Cass duel. That duel is scratched, and we do have a team, the Lemoore Lobos, had to pull out of the tournament due to injury and illness, so they had to redraw the brackets for the region tournament. We'll step away in yourliveevent.com, come back, set up our tournament.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. Manage what you can to overcome what you cannot. Farming is all about preparing your operation to be successful when given an opportunity. Invest a few minutes and bring in your seed meters to be reconditioned and calibrated. We have some room, so give us a call and we can help you overcome those simple obstacles. RDK Enterprises, 636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
Dakota Heritage Bank is a bank on the go and on the grow, with locations in Hunter, Hope, Galesburg, Hillsboro, Grandin, Gackle, Streeter, Judd, Harvey, Medina, and Red Lake Falls. More locations and more services. Dakota Heritage Bank offers mobile banking and online banking with bill pay, so you can bank anytime, anywhere. Stop in and visit Dakota Heritage Bank today. Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. dhbanknd.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Farm. Hey, welcome back to yourliveevent.com. We will crown a North Dakota Class B Southeast Subregion dual team champion inside the Lisbon High School Gymnasium. Action scheduled to start here momentarily. We did have to redraw our brackets with Lemoore Litchfield Marion Lobos not able to attend the tournament this year. Lisbon will receive a bye in the first round, so that first round duel, Lisbon Northern Cass originally scheduled. Northern Cass has been redrawn. They'll face South Border, and that duel at approximately 11 a.m. So our first round duel, Illinois Calm Thunder takes on the Oaks Tornadoes. And then your 11 a.m. duels in the first round, Kindred faces Napoleon, and Northern Cass wrestles South Border. That's your lineup for your first round duels. Pretty sure they will stick to a hard schedule, at least the first round, and then go to rolling schedule thereafter. First duels scheduled to start at 127 pounds. So all first round duels will start at 127. Your championship round duels and consolation round duels at 133 pounds. Semifinals at 133 pounds. Your championship duel at 139, along with your placing rounds. So we'll start our duels off at 127 pounds. First duel, Illinois Calm Thunder and the Oaks Tornadoes. So they will do.
That's the one towards concession.
So they will announce lineups to start our duels. Coaches do have the options. They can move wrestlers, bump wrestlers up, down, just depending on where they weighed in at. So we'll turn our attention over to the East mat, or we're calling that mat number 2 once we have both mats running. First round, we're just running one mat with that duel for Oaks and LNDLG Calm Thunder. Lisbon, the number 1 seed in the tournament. South Border, number 2. Oaks, number 4. And Kindred, the number 3 team. Kindred, the number 3 team. First round duels once again. Lisbon receives a bye. LNDLG Calm Thunder versus the Oaks Tornadoes. And your second round at 11 a.m. Kindred versus Napoleon. Northern Cass versus South Border on yourliveevent.com. If you have a problem and not able to hear the broadcast, just send a note, or have a problem with the picture, just send a note to yourliveevent.com. They'll get word down here to Lisbon. We'll get everything fixed up. So we are going through the starting lineups for our first duel, LNDLG Calm Thunder versus the Oaks Tornadoes. They will do that again for our second round, or for our bottom side of the bracket. And those duels are at 11 a.m. So we do have the number 4 seed Oaks Tornadoes versus the LNDLG Calm Thunder. That is your first duel.
At 172 pounds for Oaks, Tate Thorpe. For LNDLG Calm, Bennett Geisler. Your 189-pounders from Oaks, Carter Potasic. From LNDLG Calm, Ivan Carew. At 215 pounds from Oaks, Max Klein. From LNDLG Calm, Drew Thorpe.
We're still running through our starting lineups.
And at 285 from Oaks, Braden Seminisky.
Going to go through this disclaimer from the North Dakota High School Activities Association. This broadcast of the tournament game has been authorized by special arrangement with the Board of Directors of the North Dakota High School Activities Association. So we are bringing you coverage of the Northeast and Southeast sub-region dual tournaments. Northeast sub-region also on yourliveevent.com if you want to tune in and catch up on that. Also follow that on Track Wrestling. We will keep you posted on the results of those duels. We will start here at 127 pounds.
And we'll start the next round approximately 11 o'clock. That will
So this
be
first
Kindred,
duel
Napoleon and Northern Cass, South Border, and then we'll just continue on a rolling schedule after
underway.
that.
Wrestlers checking in at 127. So it may take a while to get the wrestlers kind of squared away and checked into the tables, just because the coaches have the option to bump wrestlers around. So your 127-pound matches, Regan Sand, LNDLG Calm faces Tucker Maroto for Oaks. Maroto, a 7th grader, 0-3 record going out. Wrestling Regan Sand at 127. And Sand steps around, picks up a 2-point takedown. Opens up the scoring for Oaks with a 2-point takedown. Has 2-0 lead, switches right away to it. Went to a crossface, split these legs, going to try to cradle up Maroto. Maroto gets back, belly down. So this is your first duel. We started at 127 pounds. And does get 3 near fall, so he will take a 5-0 lead. Regan Sand leads 5-0. There's a minute 5 remaining. This is your first round. Top of the bracket duel. Oaks Tornadoes, LNDLG Calm Thunder. Lisbon with the bye of the first round. So the bracket redrawn once Lemoore not able to attend. Northern Cass faces South Border on the bottom side of the bracket in the first round. Kindred will face Napoleon. They'll restart back to the center of the mat with 42 seconds remaining in the first period. 5-0 lead for Regan Sand. And that Northeast Sub-Region Dual Tournament, also covered on YourLiveEvent.com. That first round, number 1 Northern Lights faces Rugby. And Pembina County North, the number 4 team, wrestles Mayport CG. And on the bottom side of that bracket, number 3 Carrington wrestles Larimore in the first round. In Hillsborough Central Valley wrestles Grafton. So that's your first round duels for the Northeast Sub-Region Dual Tournament. Catch that also on YourLiveEvent.com. The Broncos will face the winner of this duel between Oaks and Ellendale Edgeley Thunder. That's 3 more near fall. Regan Sand leads 8-0. So going into the second period, Morodo chooses top position. Sand with the stand up. Morodo not able to return him. Nice standing switch. Turns the corner. Picks up a 2-point takedown. He's up 10-0. Regan Sands over Tucker Morodo from Oaks. This is our opening round.
They'll take care of your concessions needs.
Duel in your Southeast Sub-Region Dual Tournament, North Dakota Class B Wrestling. Guess we call that the old Region 1. Now with the region realignments, we have the East Region, West Region for North Dakota Class B. Duels are dual tournament divided up into sub-regions. We will have coverage of your East Region individual, both the boys and girls tournament on YourLiveEvent.com. That's from Carrington. That is voice only, so not able to live stream video, but we will have voice or audio only for our individual tournaments up at Carrington for both the boys and girls East Region wrestling tournaments on the individual side. There's Regan Sand, picks up the fall for Ellendale Edgeley Thunder. They take a 6-0 lead. Or early 6-0 lead at 127 pounds, now going to 133. At 133 pounds. Well, first round action. One mat running at this time with that bye to the Lisbon Broncos in the first round. And Zane Allender for Oaks locks up a cradle. Had a Jager Sand going to his back momentarily. Picks up 2 near fall. So a quick start for Zane Allender going up against Jager Sand. Has a quick 4-0 lead. And Sand able to bridge out, roll through down to minute 30 remaining in the first period. Allender and Sand both returning state qualifiers respectively for their teams. Zane Allender, state qualifier last year at 132 pounds. And Sand, state qualifier at 113 as a 7th grader for the Ellendale Edgeley Thunder. A restart back to the center of the mat. Allender with that 4-0 lead. Minute 8 remaining in the first period. Allender has to drop down to leg, not able to hold down Jager Sand. Sand stands up, hits a standing switch. Allender returns him back belly down. Under 40 seconds remaining in the first period. And now Sand trying to roll through that leg ride by Allender. Sand able to get leverage on the shoulder and rolled through on it. Allender in a little bit of trouble. Try to sit those hips back. So this is your first round dual action on YourLiveEvent.com. Number 4 Oaks versus Ellendale Edgeley Thunder. Call them the number 5 team. That is a break in action at the end of the period. 4-0 lead for Allender. In neutral position to start the second period. Allender in the first scored 2 near fall and a takedown. Has a 4-0 lead into the second period. 6-0 lead for Ellendale Edgeley Calm Thunder. They picked up a pin at 127 pounds. That was Riggin Sand over Tucker Maroto for Oaks by fall in the second period. Now Allender working another takedown up over the top. Captures the ankle, scores a 2-point takedown. So on your Dakota Heritage scoreboard, it is a 6-0 dual lead. For Ellendale Edgeley Calm Thunder. The second match of this duel, we started at 127. Allender working a tilt. Sand able to fight that. Gets back belly down. Allender still with that arm underneath, kind of going up underneath the elbow on the near side. Now locks that hand behind the back of Sand. Sand winging down. 35 seconds remaining in the second period. Allender with a 6-0 lead. So Allender chases Sand out of bounds for the restart. Back to the center. 6-0 lead for Zane Allender. Last year at the state tournament, the Oaks Tornadoes scored 32 team points in the individual side, finishing in 22nd place. Yeah, 4 returning state qualifiers make that Matthias Dahlstrom state place winner at 108 or 106. Case Allender, Zane Allender, and Landon Potasic. And Allender working hammerlock on Sand and trying to connect that wrist up over the top. Has it locked up. Is going to roll Sand over. Work for the foul. Try to tie this one up in the third period. Minute 37 remaining. Has to stay in bounce. Sand bridging out, trying to walk those legs out. Knows where he's at on the mat. In the meantime, Allender gets the fall. As Sand was rocking, trying to get out of bounce. That repositioned Allender stayed in. Picks up the fall for the Oaks Tornadoes. We're tied up at 6 on your Heritage Bank scoreboard. Now Case Allender out for the Oaks Tornadoes. This is at 139. In on the legs quickly. They roll out of bounds. Minute 53 remaining. He wrestles Ethan Tazaric from Ellendale Edgeley Calm at 139. In case Allender, returning state qualifier for Oaks. We're going to try to make the podium this year. Has to qualify through that East Region individual tournament next weekend. That's up at Carrington, also covered on yourliveevent.com. Case takes a quick 2-0 lead, goes hammerlock. Gonna stretch this arm out, baseball bat across the, or baseball grip across the back. Tazaric fights that off. So good job by Tazaric. Wrestles back that arm on the far side. They wrestle out of bounds for restart. Minute 4 remaining. Case Allender with a 2-0 lead. So back with that restart. Under 45 seconds remaining. It's a 2-0 lead for Case Allender. Tazarek and wing it down on the far side. Allender goes half Nelson near side. Tazarek keeping that head buried down on the mat. 32 seconds remaining. It's in the first period. So we are tied up at 6 apiece in the duel. And at the end of first period, it's a defer over to Allender. Allender chooses neutral. He has that 2-0 lead over to Zarek from Ellendale Edgeley-Colm Thunder. He's up 2-0. Picked up that takedown in the first period. Quick takedown in the first 20 seconds of the match. Not able to get any momentum on the top position in that at the end of the first period. Looks over at the coach. Coach says go neutral. Now goes kind of a knee sweep. Takes Tazarek straight to his back. Tazarek in some trouble. Has that head scooped here. Allender working for the fall. Right shoulder up, not by too much. Referees down there, slaps the mat. That's a pin for Case Allender. In the Oaks Tornadoes, they take a 12-6 lead in the duel at 139 pounds. Case Allender pins Ethan Tazarek. This is your opening round action. North Dakota Class B East Region, Southeast Sub-Region Dual Tournament. A mouthful to say that 3 times fast. And Blaine Wald out here for the Oaks Tornadoes. Wrestles Dylan Andrus for Ellendale Edgeley-Colm Thunder. Oaks with a 12-6 lead, picks up a pin at 133 and now at 139. Here's Rylan Wald working the takedown. Nice little dump. Hits the goal behind for a 2-point takedown. He takes a 2-0 lead. So 6 more points on your Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard for the Oaks Tornadoes. Dakota Heritage Bank, sharing our heritage, sharing our future with locations in North Dakota and Minnesota. You visit dhbanknd.com. That's Dakota Heritage Bank. They are your scoreboard sponsor for Southeast Sub-Region Dual Tournament. Wald works another tilt. Trying to pick up some near fall. Not really a pinning com. Now readjust over the top. Trying to hold down those shoulders on Dylan Andrus. Andrus working off that hip to get belly down. Wald picks up 3 near fall. Rylan Wald, a senior for the Oaks Tornadoes. EK brings back 4 returning state qualifiers in Jager Sand, Greg Fuhr, Isaiah Kruth, and Ivan Kruth. Isaiah Kruth, returning state runner-up. Ivan Kruth, state champion last year at 182 pounds. Fuhr qualified at state at 152 in 2023. Regan Sand at 113. And that's a fall for Rylan Wald in the first period. 18 seconds remaining. Oaks opening up the lead now, 18-6. Oaks with that 18-6 lead on your Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. And now a 152-pound match in first round duel action. Max Jernlin for Ellendale Edgeley-Colm Thunder. Zaid Higher for the Oaks Tornadoes. Jernlin, a junior. Higher for Oaks, a sophomore. And Higher drops down. He tried it a little An ankle pick or low single on Chernlin. Chernlin steps back, walks, and circles back around to the center of the mat. And Chernlin working underneath. A little Russian tie, caught the single leg on the near side and picks it up. Zaid Higher has an arm locked up underneath in that kind of front headlock on Chernlin. Chernlin tries to run the pipe on Higher, takes him down to the mat for a 2-point takedown. 35 seconds remaining in the first period. Max Chernlin takes a 2-0 lead. Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. It's an 18-6 dual lead for the Oaks Tornadoes. Picked up 3 pins starting at 133, 139, 145. Now Chernlin walks around working for the fall for the Thunder. Has Higher on his back and the slap of the mat by the official. A pin for Max Chernlin. 18-12 dual score. Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard with 6 more points on the board for the Ellendale Gilly-Colm Thunder. The EK opened it up at 127 with a pin. Oaks came back with 3 pins in a row. Now EK answers back. Tighten the dual score. It's 18-12. Going into 160 pounds. The wrestlers checked in. Ben Santrum from EK. Josh Meal for Oaks. Meal last year at 182 pounds, placed 4th at the state tournament. A senior with a 13-2 record. And right away takes down Santrum. Throws on half Nelson, cradles him up. And the win by fall is Josh Meal. So Pinfest, this opening duel, that's Josh Meal, winner by fall. 24-12 is the dual score, Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. In favor of the Oaks Tornadoes. That first round duel originally scheduled between Lisbon and Northern Cass. That bracket's been redrawn with Lemoore Litchfield Marion not able to make it over for the dual tournament this year. So Lisbon with a bye in the first round. The bottom side of our bracket, first round bracket, that starts at approximately 11 a.m. They will stick for the most part to that hard time 11 a.m. start. So we are rolling fairly quickly through this duel. We're at 172 pounds. 2-point takedown here for Tate Thorpe, wrestling Greg Fear. If you're up at 172, we have potentially dangerous call. 2-point lead for Thorpe. Fear last year, state qualifier for EEK at 152 pounds. They're wrestling up a weight class. And normally this class, weight class, not nice combination. Sit out, hip ice back to sit out, rolls over the top for Fear. He has a power half locked up, working for the fall. He's tied it up here, two apiece now. Thorpe rolls over, catches Fear. Fear got a little bit high. Thorpe rolls through on it. Thorpe has a minute to work for the pin. This could be your RDK Enterprises precision move of the match with that reversal by Tate Thorpe on Greg Fear. A great combination by Fear, only to get reversed and put on his back. And a slap of the mat, that's the pin. Tate Thorpe over Greg Fear. Six more points on the board. 30-12 dual lead for the Oaks Tornadoes. So that is your First contestant for the RDK Enterprises precision move of the duel, or precision move of the match. They're between Thorpe and Fear. And now at 189 pounds, Ivan Kruth out there for Ellendale Calm Thunder, trying to stop this pin streak by the Oaks Tornadoes. Takes on Carter Potasic. Ivan Kruth, returning state champion, 189. He's a sophomore, 32-6 record. Carter Potasic, a junior, 15-11. Oaks with the 30-12 dual lead. Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. Kruth up on top. Potasic rolls through. Ivan just not able to settle. Up over the top goes Arbar on the far side. Tries to catch the near wrist. Now steps back across. Potasic doing a good job staying active on the bottom and making Kruth work for this pinning combination. Now hits a chin drop and stretch out Potasic. A lot of pressure on top. Picks up the fall for EK. 30-18 dual score. Oh, nothing but pins. 5 pins for Oaks. 3 for EK. 30-18 dual score on your Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. Wrestlers checking in. Going up to 215. Drew Thorpe for Ellendale Calm Thunder. Wrestles J.J. Haygood from Oaks. Thorpe, nice double leg level change. Takes Haygood down to the mat for a 2-point takedown. Minute 46 remaining. The opening round action, your North Dakota Class B East Region, Southeast Sub-Region Dual Tournament. You're live from Lisbon, North Dakota. Sports announcer guy Brent Dick. With our first round action, this is Drew Thorpe at 215 wrestling J.J. Haygood for the Oaks Tornadoes. Oaks, the number 4 seed for the duels. That's Drew Thorpe in the top position and goes back, tries to spike the ankle on Haygood. Working a bar arm on the near side, trying to scoop that, put that hand across the back. Now catches the far wrist, going to run this round, has a pinning combination locked up. Drew Thorpe. This smells a pin here with 52 seconds remaining. Official gets down there, going to take a look. Thorpe putting a lot of pressure on that shoulder, left shoulder up. Oh, Haygood doing a good job, gets back, belly down. The fight's off his back now, 5-0 lead for Drew Thorpe. Thorpe runs this half Nelson combination. It's tight. Haygood once again now bridges out, gets back around on top. 3 near fall, 8-0 lead for Thorpe. So Haygood doing just enough on bottom, gets out of the pinning combination. Not able to get a reversal or loss of control, but there is a new life for J.J. Haygood going into the second period. He's down 8-0 to Drew Thorpe. EK with a talented group of underclassmen here in their upper heavyweights. You have Isaiah Kruth, the sophomore, here with Drew Thorpe, a freshman. You also see Seth Irie coming up here at heavyweight. Yeah, Irie putting together a good second half of the season, placing out at the East-West wrestling tournament. So not a bad freshman campaign, being able to place out at the East-West, try to make it to the state tournament next week. That's a half Nelson run by Drew Thorpe. Thorpe in the second period working for the fall. Had 3 other pinning combinations locked up in the first. That shoulder's flat and a slap on the mat by the official. That's a pin for Drew Thorpe. And the pins keep rolling along inside the Lisbon High School Gymnasium. Now it's a 30-24 lead Should be a good match between Seth Irie and Lucas Klein. So this match underway. We are at 285. Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. It's 30-24 lead for the Oaks Tornadoes. Four pins for Ellendale Edgecombe, 5 for the Oaks Tornadoes. It's our dual score, 30-24 in favor of the Tornadoes. Here's Seth Irie and Max Klein. First 30 seconds. Wrestlers still holding center of the mat, working wrist ties. And now Klein with the snap down, kind of that Muay Thai double collars. Goes into Irie. Irie's going to walk up head and arm. Tried to step across there. Klein's trying to reverse it. Now steps away. The wrestlers break apart. A reset. Klein wades back in, working that far wrist. Trying to work into a Russian tie. Another little wrist pass attempt by Klein. And Max Klein staying active. Now drops down under Irie. Klein running down this single leg attempt on Irie. Irie with the whizzer end is going to hook the back ankle. And Klein's going to try to run this over. Picks 2-point takedown. A good leg attack by Max Klein. Did not give up on it after that sprawl by Irie. Now Irie with the 1-point escape. 2-1, 25 seconds remaining. A couple up-and-comers in the North Dakota Class B heavyweight ranks here with Max Klein and Seth Irie battling out in our opening duel between the Tornadoes and the EK Thunder. The time expires just as it expires. There, Irie goes with another head and arm, tried to trip back Klein. Tornadoes choice. Klein defers over to Irie. Irie chooses bottom position here for the start of the second period. On the start, Klein goes back to the ankle, drives down. Irie flattened out, now back up to his base. Klein staying active on top, attacks the near wrist and hand of Irie. Irie with the stand-up, has 2 of them now, 2 escapes in the match for his 2 points. Klein with the takedown for his 2 in the second period, minute 40 remaining. Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard, it's 30-24 lead for the Oaks Tornadoes. Reagan Sand opened up the score for EK. They took an early 6-0 lead at 127 pounds with a pin. Oaks answered back, had 3 pins in a row from 133 to 145. They're up here 285 pounds, our opening duel. Ellendale Edgecombe versus the Oaks Tornadoes. 30-24 is the score in the duel. Irie drops down, has a head and arm. Cow catcher set up, running over Klein. Klein gets caught. A little bit of a level chain. Irie caught the head and arm, rolling him over. He's going to try to tie this up, this duel. Seth Irie with the fall at heavyweight over Max Klein. Ties the duel. Well, things become interesting. We're tied up. Here, Walker Miller steps on the mat, along with Ben Wagner for the Oaks Tornadoes. Walker Miller for EK. Miller's had the best of Wagner throughout the season. Well, number 4 Oaks with the full lineup taking on Ellendale Edgecombe Thunder. We're tied up at 30. The winner of this will face the Lisbon Broncos in the semifinals. Wagner and Miller. Miller circles back towards the center of the mat. Down to minute 15 in the first period. We have nothing but pins in this duel. 5 apiece. We started at 127 pounds. 112, 121 to go after this match here at 107. And Miller with a 2-point takedown has Wagner on the far edge of the mat. Went right to work on the arm. They roll out a ball for a restart back to the center. Wagner passes his wrist on Miller, puts it up over his head, gets those hips turned away. Miller working over the top now. Gets Wagner broke back, belly down. Wagner not able to clear the hips. Miller with a 2-0 lead. The final 15 seconds of the first period. Walker Miller making it into the Dakota Grappler state rankings at 107 pounds. And Miller looks over, quick defers over to Oaks. Wagner's choice. So, just had it wrong. Red defers. So Red defers over, Oaks defers over to EEK. Coach Shaw on top of it, looking out for his wrestler and his team. Wagner defers over to Miller, so Wagner has choice third period. Miller picked up that first 2 points with the takedown in the first period, now drops down an ankle pick on Wagner. A level change by Miller. Wagner kind of holding his ground in the center of the mat. And Miller re-engages. And Wagner working the elbow. Miller. And Wagner now here in the near side of the mat. That's a little head and arm attempt by Wagner. Miller pushes Wagner out of bounds, drives him out to the scores table. Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard, we're tied up at 30. On the restart, back to the center of the mat, minute 10 remaining. We'll recap our duel. I'll just call this our Irie Insurance recap of our duel. It started at 127 pounds with Regan Sand. Wins by fall over Tucker Morodo of Oaks. Now Miller in on the legs of Wagner. Wagner trying to pass over the top. He's able to bottle up Miller in the bottom position. Wagner trying to kick free that leg. Has Miller in a little bit of trouble in the bottom. And Wagner kind of in control on top, trying to break the grip of Miller. 133 pounds. It was Zane Allender, winner by fall over Jagger Sands. That tied up the duel at 6. 139, Case Allender wins by fall over Ethan Tazarek. Oaks has the lead now, 12-6. At 145, Rylan Wald over Dylan Andrus by fall. Oaks with an 18-6 lead. And now Wagner here with another single leg attempt on Miller. No takedown awarded to Miller. Just as he turns the corner, time expires in the second period. Wagner has a choice. He's going to choose his neutral. So it was an 18-6 lead at 145 for the Oaks Tornadoes. EK answers back at 152 with a win by fall. Max Chernlin over Zaid Heyer. They're 18-12. 160-pound Josh Mule, standout for the Oaks Tornadoes, over Ben Santrum from EK with an 18-second pin. or 24-12 at that time. Another fall by Tate Thorpe over Greg Fear at 172. That's the 30 points.
CJT. 945 CJT with your light sign.
So that was the 30 points for Oaks. Since then, it's been all Ellendale Edgerly Combe with a pin by Ivan Kruth over Carter Potasic at 189. 215, it was Drew Thorpe over J.J. Haygood by fall. And 285, Seth Irie pins Max Klein. We're tied up at 30 here at 107 pounds. Walker Miller with a 2-0 lead over Ben Wagner. It was Wagner's choice to start the third. He chose his neutral. He's going toe-to-toe now. Made a little mistake there on that head and arm attempt. And Coach Shaw stands up. Wagner tough on his feet through that second period. Now gives up the takedown. He's down 4-0 to Walker Miller. Miller in the top position. Wagner kind of had that head buried down in the mat. Miller is trying to use that, push that head down and roll him over the top. I've seen him do it before. You wrestle Walker Miller, you got to keep your head up. And down to 17 seconds. And EK. Looks like Walker Miller will hang on to win this final 10 seconds. And EK takes their second lead of the duel. Now up 33-30 in the duel. We go to 112 pounds. Walker Miller wins by decision. EK takes a 33-30 lead. Their second lead of the duel. They led after the first match at 127 pounds, 6-0. And now Nash Nitschke for Ellendale Edgerly Combe takes on Jaron Nelson for the Oaks Tornadoes. And Nitschke undersized for 114. Is an 8th grader with a 7-7 record, taking on Jaron Nelson, an 8th grader, 17-16 at the varsity level. So EK here now. And Nelson with the double leg takedown, scores 2 points. He has a 2-0 lead. Jaron Nelson up over Nash Nitschke, going to work on the far arm right away on Nitschke here to the near side of the mat. He has the chicken wing locked up. And Nitschke trying to counter that armbar attempt. Down a minute 5 remaining. Nelson running this around here. Nitschke still fighting off. Trying to keep those hips turned away. Nelson putting a lot of pressure on top. And Nitschke reaching underneath, doing what he can to hold off Nelson's pinning combination. Nelson still trying to run this around, takes a big step. Nitschke up to his base. Now we have potentially dangerous as that hand across the back goes, exceeds the 90-degree plane. So Nelson with a 2-0 lead. Now a restart. They have a caution on green, so Nash Nitschke with the caution, trying to fire off the bottom. Nitschke with a sit-out. Nelson catches him. Lucky he did have a clasping, so there was a clasping. He had those kind of his right hand up over the top and the arm of his left hand. Called with clasping on that stand-up by Nitschke. 2-1 lead. Now caution on red for a hand placement across the belly. So went to the deep waist right away on the restart. Half that out on the midsection. Now restart. Another sit-out attempt by Nitschke. We are in the first period at 114 pounds. Walker Miller at 107 wins by decision 4-0 over Ben Wagner. This gives Ellendale Edgerly Combe the lead, 33-30 on your Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. So 2-1 lead is the lead for Nelson in the match. He defers over to Nitschke. I think. So Coach Schultz tried to flip the script here again at 114. Pretty sure at 107 he got it for Wagner for choice in the second period. Now they're back looking at the board, going odd or evens. Who has choice? Well, sometimes the small details play an important role in these matches. We're finding out right now as the officials over there discussing with the coaches. I think Oaks got one there on Ellen Dudley Combe. Going back to the odd and evens. It's choice. Here, Nitschke now back to Nitschke. So Nelson defers over to Nitschke. Nelson will have choice to start the third period. And Nelson takes a shot on Nitschke. Nitschke trying to come over the top. Goes whizzer, but Nelson runs him over for the 2 points as they roll out of bounds. A 4-1 lead for Jaron Nelson. Nelson trying to tie this up or take the lead for the Oaks Tornadoes at 114 pounds. One more match remains after this, and it'll stand up by Nitschke. Nelson able to run him back down to the mat. You watched the East Region Girls Duel Tournament. That was last night at Central Cass. The Central Cass Squirrels are your East Region Girls Duel Team champions. They defeated the Carrington Cardinals 45-27. So the East Region Duel representatives on the girls' side are Central Cass, Carrington, the Fargo Stingers, and the Napoleon Imperials. Napoleon putting together a great tournament, great girls duels tournament. Coaches brought that team together at the right time, coming all the way from that number 6 seed, make it into the state tournament as a number 4 team out of the East region. Now Nelson a little tilt hooked up, rolled through on it. No points. Given up by Nitschke. Nitschke doing a good job on the bottom. Not giving up these near fall and the pinning combinations by Nelson. We're down to 23 seconds remaining in the second period. Now Nelson has a pinning combination locked up with the armbar, walks it around. Final 15 seconds. Nitschke's got to try to hold off Nelson to get into this next period. 10 seconds slap of the mat. And that's a pin for Jaron Nelson over Nash Nitschke. And Nitschke doing everything he could to hold off Nelson. Nelson finally secures the fall. Now it's a 3-point lead for Oaks. On the Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. They're going into 121 pounds. Matthias Dahlstrom steps on the mat for the Oaks Tornadoes. Dahlstrom, returning state place winner, placed 8th last year at 106 pounds for Oaks. Part of the 4 returning state place winners in Dahlstrom, Case Allender, Zane Allender, and Josh Meal. A quick 2-point takedown for Dahlstrom, wrestling Carson Henningsen from Ellendale Edgeley Combe. Well, Henningsen trying to pick up an upset victory here at 121. Henningsen, a freshman, 11-12. Dahlstrom, a freshman, 33-11. And Dahlstrom gets a little wild on top here. Henningsen able to reverse it. Gets the 1-point loss of control. Hits the escape now. Not sure what the score is. I think it's 2-1. Or is it 3-2? So maybe 3-2 for Dahlstrom. So Dahlstrom with a 3-2 lead. They give Henningsen the 2-point reversal and Dahlstrom the escape. Now Dahlstrom back in on the legs. Picks up 2 more takedown. He's up 5-2. So 5-2 lead for Matthias Dahlstrom. 50 seconds remaining in the first period. Now down to 45. So dual score 36-33. Thank you. So 36-33 lead. Dahlstrom has an 8-2 lead in the match, 8-2 on Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. And final 20 seconds remaining of the first period. Dahlstrom going to work on top. Going into the second period, Dahlstrom leads 8-2. He chooses neutral position to start our second. Carson Henningsen down by 6 points. Ellen Elgely-Combe down on the duel, 36-33. Who had a 3-point lead after that 107-pound match. That decision by Walker Miller over Ben Wagner, put them up 33-30. Had a pin at 114 for Jaron Nelson, puts Oaks up 36-33. Now Dahlstrom locks up another tilt, picking up more near fall. Now 12-2. Dahlstrom up by 10, has an armbar locked up, walks it around. This thing's tight on Henningsen. Dahlstrom's going to lay over the top and force those shoulders of Henningsen's down to the match, or down to the mat. And it will win by fall for Matthias Dahlstrom. 6 points on the board. Your final duel score, 42-33 in favor of the Oaks Tornadoes. So Oaks advances to the semifinals against the Lisbon Broncos. A duel score, 42-33. We will step away, take a word from our sponsor. We'll come back and recap our duel, then do our little Irie Insurance pregame for our upcoming duels for our next round here, starting momentarily. Scheduled to start at 11. We'll see if they give them a couple minutes to warm up on the mats and go through introductions, but we'll have number 3 Kindred versus Napoleon, and Northern Cass takes on number 2 South Border. Those are your upcoming duels on yourliveevent.com. We're in the Southeast Sub-Region Duel Tournament down in Lisbon, North Dakota.
Doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
You'll fall in love.
Hey, welcome back. yourliveevent.com. The Oaks Tornadoes in the first round defeat the Ellendale Edgeley-Combe Thunder 42-33 in our opening round action at the North Dakota Class B Southeast Sub-Region Duel Tournament in Lisbon, North Dakota. You're watching yourliveevent.com. Your sports announcer guy, Brent Dick. We're going to go ahead and recap our duel starting at 127 pounds. It was Regan Sand, winner by fall over Tucker Maroto of Oaks. EK took their first lead of the duel. They led 6-0, 133. Zane Allender wins by fall over Jagger Sand of Ellendale Edgeley-Combe. Tied the duel up at 6, 139. Case Allender over Ethan Tazarek by fall. And 236, Oaks takes their lead and held it for much of the duel up to about the 189-pound weight class. And 145, Rylan Wald over Dylan Andrusel and Edgeley-Combe by fall in a minute 42. At that point, Oaks had an 18-6 duel lead. Max Chernlin stops the pinning streak for Oaks at 152, wins by fall over Zaid Heyer. 18-12 duel score. 160 pounds, Josh Meal for Oaks. Answers back in that pin at Churlin at 152. Meal puts Oaks back up on the board with another win by fall over Ben Satram in 18 seconds. 172, Tate Thorpe. Greg Fear scrap it out with Tate Thorpe able to hit a pinning combination on Fear after a mad scramble. Puts 6 more points on the board for the Oaks Tornadoes. At that point, the Oaks had 30 points in the duel, and they'd stay that way for a little while up until our 114-pound match. But at 189, Ivan Kruth for EK over Carter Potasic by fall, and 106, 215, Drew Thorpe over JJ Haygood by fall of Oaks here by fall, and 246. And then at 285, Seth Irie with the pin over Max Klein. We tied up the duel at 30. After the 285-pound match, 107, Walker Miller for EK wins by decision over Ben Wagner. EK held their second lead of the duel. They were up 33-30, but the Oaks Tornadoes answer back with 2 wins by fall at 114 pounds and 121, and they hold on to win the duel 42-33 and advance to the semifinals against the Lisbon Broncos. And that duel here for, or I should say, after this next round, or after this bottom half of the bracket, we'll go into a rolling schedule. So you have to stay tuned here at liveevent.com. So we'll go to a rolling schedule after these duels, where these matches will just flow one into the other, or these duels will just flow in one into the other throughout the day. So no set times after this next round of duels, the bottom side of our bracket. And that features number 3 Kindred over in Napoleon, and Northern Cass takes on number 2 South Border. And those duels and those matches currently being introduced inside the Lisbon High School Gymnasium. We're going to talk about our RDK Enterprises Precision Move of the Match here for RDK at Hillsborough and Drayton. For precision planning updates, information, and questions, contact RDK Enterprises in Hillsborough and Drayton at 701-683-2119 or visit plannerdoc.com. They're here to help you, and that precision move of the match goes to Drew Thorpe. Tate Thorpe at 172 pounds, wrestling Greg Fear. So Thorpe with the takedown. Fear able to roll through, catches Thorpe, puts him on the back momentarily, and somehow Thorpe reverses out of that, gets back on top of Fear, throws him over for the fall at 172 pounds. One of those deciding scrambles of the match, that was Tate Thorpe over Greg Fear at 172 for your RDK Enterprises Precision Move of the match. Now your Enbridge Energy Player of the Game, your Enbridge Energy Player of the Game, that's going to go to Jared Nelson at 114 pounds. Nelson, with the Oaks Tornadoes down after 107 pounds, they're down 33-30. Nelson wins by fall over Nash Nitschke. And Oaks takes back the lead. It was 36-33 after that point, and then Matthias Dahlstrom closes it out with a win by fall over Carson Henning. So Jaron Nelson is your Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Match from Enbridge Energy. Life takes energy from Enbridge. That's energy for life. Visit enbridge.com for career opportunities. We will step away, come back, reset for our bottom half of duels here, starting just after 11 a.m. on your liveevent.com.
When you move to Benedictine Mission Court in Ada, sign a lease this month and get your 3rd month of rent free. Not only that, Benedictine will waive your community fee. That's a value of over $4,000. Benedictine Mission Court offers housekeeping, 3 meals a day, common areas, on-site spiritual care and worship services, and indoor access to Essentia Health Clinic Ada. Call today to schedule a tour, 218-784-5250. Benedictine Mission Court in Ada.
Hey, welcome back. Your liveevent.com here with our North Dakota Class B Southeast, or I should say East Region, Southeast Sub-Region Dual Tournament. The old tongue twister going. We're going through our opening lineups with Northern Cass and South Border. Their duels on the bottom side of the bracket in this first round feature number 3 Kindred versus Napoleon, and Northern Cass versus number 2 South Border. They're previewing that duel, South Border, Northern Cass. South Border returns back after last season with a 3rd place finish in the duels, also placing 3rd on the individual side, scoring 152 points at the 2023 State Wrestling Tournament. And they bring back into the lineup 12 returning state qualifiers with a number of state place winners. So South Border loaded from top to bottom in their lineup with returning state qualifiers, state place winners. They bring back Rylan Vetter, Brody Michelson, Joseph Keller, Tristan Lipp, Brody Hoffman, Riker Vetter, Carson Glazeman, Cole Stock, Jace Nitschke, Janius Schumacher, Shane Nitschke, and Joshua Hayes as returning state qualifiers for the South Border Mustangs. State place winners in Glazeman last year at 145, Cole Stock at 160, Riker Vetter placed 6th at 132, Tristan Lepp placed 4th at 126, Jace Nitschke 2nd at 170, Daniel Schumacher 3rd at 195, and 220-pound Shane Nitschke is state champion, wrestling this year at 215 pounds. Well, that is your South Border Mustangs. Our duel over on mat. We have our cameras got switched around again. I'm going to try to get this fixed, but our duels are underway. Our duel between Kindred and Napoleon, that duel now underway. Kindred returns back 3 state qualifiers, and Miles Thiel, just Tanner Mengi, and Rodney Wolf. Thiel just hasn't been in the lineup all season. We are starting these duels at 127 pounds. Tanner Mengi placed 8th last year at the state tournament. Napoleon brings back state qualifiers in Dalton Feist, Christopher Liebrand, and Weigel at 145. So Feist state champion last year at 106. Liebrand, don't see him back in the lineup this year. So that duel is underway. We'll try to get this camera situation fixed up and under control. This is your duel here, South Border, the number 2 seed. They're wrestling the Northern Cass Jaguars. That's at 133 pounds. So at 133, that's Reed Baldwin for Northern Cass. Takes on Joseph Keller. The South Border with the win by forfeit at 127. They have an early 6-0 lead in the duel. Here's Brock Johnson and Brooks Grunfelder. So that was Johnson with the win by fall on mat number 1. Jack McDonald for Kindred wrestles Bryce Schneider for Napoleon. That match underway at 133 pounds on mat number 1. That's McDonald. Was in on a single-leg attempt on Schneider. Now Reed Bolden and Joseph Keller. Keller with another takedown. He goes up 4-1. The final 15 seconds of that period. On mat number 2. So number 2 South Border Mustangs wrestling the Northern Cass Jaguars. The first year the Jaguars have been down into Region 1, or now the Southeast sub-region on the dual side. We will have East Region individual tournaments also covered on yourliveevent.com. That's next week for both the boys and girls up in Carrington, North Dakota. Girls on Friday, boys on Saturday. And that is audio only. All right, we will step away. We'll take a word from our sponsors, see if we can get our dual cams back up for coverage on both mats 1 and 2. You're watching yourliveevent.com.
Hey growers, when working on your water management solutions, call Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. They are your water management contractor, helping you with tile drainage plans, service drainage plans, or both. Remember, water management is a lifetime investment. Call Chad 701-430-0182 to get your water problem solved. For more information, follow Chad's Excavating on Facebook. For tile drainage and service plans, call 701-430-0182. Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
Your home for the District 1 Girls Basketball Tournament at NDSCS is yourliveevent.com.
Stop. Holvelson skip. Richmond. This would hurt for the Rebels, and it's a dagger.
From the quarterfinals on Friday, February 9th to the championship on Monday, February 12th. You can watch it all on your live event.
For these two. Open, Buckholtz, right wing three-pointer. Got it. Tickles a twine.
That's the District 1 Girls Basketball Tournament on yourliveevent.com starting February 9th.
At Enbridge, we believe sustainability is the foundation of our success. How well we perform as a steward of our environment, a safe operator of essential energy infrastructure, a good neighbor, and a diverse employer defines our success. Learn more about Enbridge's environmental, social, and governance commitments and our Indigenous Reconciliation Plan at enbridge.com.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
See your local Farmers Union insurance agent, Jennifer Worley, in Cavalier.
Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsboro. Fireworks and sports stuff in the same store? That's right. Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsboro. Come in and browse the sports cards and memorabilia and fireworks at the same time. Unopened packs and boxes of sports cards, plus pre-owned cards as well. Jersey swatch, autograph cards, lots of Twins, Vikings, Wolves, Wild, Lynx, and North Stars memorabilia, bobbleheads, caps, and more. Call anytime, 701-436-6140. Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsboro.
There's more at 104. Hillsboro, North Dakota has...
Hey, welcome back here, yourliveevent.com. You're live from Lisbon, North Dakota. North Dakota Class B Wrestling Southeast Sub-Region Duel Tournament. Hey, on your mats, on mat number 2, we have the South Border Mustangs takes on the Northern Cass Jaguars. And then the Kindred Vikings versus Napoleon. Both mats are at 133 pounds. The Reed Bold and Joseph Keller. That's an 8-2 lead for Joseph Keller. Well, Keller is up 8-2. Wrestlers up on their feet, down to now under 30 seconds remaining on the third period. And mat number 1, Jack McDonald, Bryce Schneider. 1-0 lead for Bryce Schneider. Kindred with an early 6-0 lead, picking up a win by fall. Brock Johnson at 127 pounds. These matches, or these duels, in this first round start at 127. The final 5 seconds tick off the clock. That's a win by decision for Joseph Keller over Reed Bolden at 133. The South Border with a 9-0 lead on mat number 2 in the duel. They're up 9-0 in the duel on your Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. The Northern Cass with a number of open weights. Expect this duel to go fairly quick on mat number 2. Still building their program for the Jaguars. The first year down here in the Southeast Sub-Region. Otherwise, the old Class B, Region 1. Another forfeit at 145 on mat number 2. There's Schneider and McDonald. Schneider has a 4-0 lead over Jack McDonald. Work as a half Nelson. Now hits an armbar up over the top, captures the wrist. Going the hammer lock in to try to feed that underneath to the far side. So Schneider. The final 24 seconds, little roll through by McDonald on the edge of the mat, trying to spin around, turn the corner on mat number 1. So let's see, there is no change of position on mat number 1. Schneider maintains the top position. He has a 4-0 lead over Jack McDonald. Schneider trying to put points on the board for the Imperials. The final 15 seconds now, 4-1. Here between Schneider and McDonald. Little snap down by Schneider. Schneider And back in the circle and it runs out the clock. Picks up the stalling, 1 point for McDonald, but Bryce Schneider wins by decision, 4-2. The Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. That's a 6-3 lead in the duel for Kindred over Napoleon. Napoleon girls make their way into the state tournament. Qualified yesterday at the East Region Duel Tournament up in Central Cass. Came from that number 6 seed. Wrestled into the state duel tournament. You will see them the 15th to the 17th at the Fargo Dome. So we will crown a dual champion here today out of the Southeast subregion. We're going through our first round matches. Our first duel of the day, it was Oaks with the win over the Ellendale, they call them Thunder. That final was 42-33 in favor of Oaks. Oaks advances to the semifinals against the Lisbon Broncos. Your mat number 1, Kindred. Riker Lakowitzer wrestling Napoleon's Logan Feist. Here, Lakowitzer with a quick 2-point takedown on Feist. He's up 2-0 the first 30 seconds of that match. We're all the way up to 189 on mat number 2 with Will Trebwasser and Taylor Meyer. Meyer with a 2-0 lead. It runs around the head and working for the fall with South Border now with a 22-0 lead on your Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard up over Northern Cass Jaguars. Pinned by Meyer. 6 more points on the board for South Border. So Meyer with the win by fall. Here Daniel Schumacher heads out at 215 for South Border. It's on mat number 2. Schumacher, returning state place winner, wrestles Brody Justin from Northern Cass. And Lakowitzer and Feist 2-1. We do have blood time, so timeout over on mat number 1 with your Bank North timeout. At Bank North, they take community to heart, helping their customers achieve their financial goals while supporting and improving the great rural communities they serve. They're more than just a bank. Bank North is a community partner they can always count on. It's values-based banking. To learn more, visit ibanknorth.com. Member FDIC and equal housing lender. That is your Bank North timeout on mat number 1. A match between Logan Feist and Riker Lakowitzer. Lakowitzer being tended to over by the scores table. Here's Schumacher and Geston. Now Schumacher drives Geston out of bounds. That 215 pounds on mat number 2. They're scoreless in the first period, down to a minute remaining. And back to action on mat number 1 between Lakowitzer and Feist. 6-3 is the dual score between Kindred and Napoleon. A little sit out by Feist. Feist with the escape ties it up at 2 apiece on mat number 1. Now Schumacher takes Gesson down to the mat, working for the fall, has a half Nelson locked up, going to try to drive it over. Schumacher with a 2-0 lead. So Schumacher up 2-0, working for the fall, and under 20 seconds remaining. Official down there. Gesson trying to bridge out. Comes back through on the far side, rolls through, belly down. The 5-0 lead for Schumacher. At the end of the first period on mat number 2, mat number 1 between Lakowitzer and Feist. They're going into the second period. 4-2 lead for Logan Feist. Lakowitzer chooses neutral to start the second. So in the neutral position on mat number 2. That's the Northern Cass South Border duel. South Border leads now 28-0. And mat number 1 at 139 pounds. That's Kindred's Riker Lakowitzer, Logan Feist for Napoleon. Feist in the top position, has a 6-2 lead, has Cradle locked up. Over the top, trying to roll back. Lakowitzer. And Feist with that leg right in on the far side. And Schumacher with the body lock's going to run out. Geston takes a peek up into the stands. Now Schumacher is up 5-0.
Lisbon's junior class is taking
Another
care
2-point.
of concessions today, and also the Lisbon Hockey Club. Junior class.
2 more points for Feist. Feist is up 8-2 on mat number 1. That's under 40 seconds remaining in the second period. In the second period on mat number 2, 5-0 lead for Schumacher and Brody Geston. Schumacher has his hands full. Now works double leg. Wrestler's out of bounds on the edge. Schumacher tries to circle underneath. Geston gets out of bounds, back for a restart. Brody Geston, a junior, 29-8 for Northern Cass. Daniel Schumacher, a senior, at 20-8. Schumacher with the lengthier resume, state place winner last year for South Border. Here's Feist, rolls through. Rakowitzer rolls through on that pinning combination by Feist on mat number 1. Feist picks up 2 more near fall. He's up 10-2. Right now has a major decision, or working on a major decision with that 10-2 lead. Lakowitzer in the bottom position. Napoleon down by 3 in the duel on your Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. 6-3 lead for Kindred. We try to recap this duel on mat number 2 between Northern Cass and Daniel Schumacher. Get caught up. We're at 215 pounds going into the third period. We rolled through some of those matches, and the weight class is pretty quick with the open weights for Northern Cass. The duel started at 127 pounds with a forfeit to Brody Michelson. The South Border led 6-0. Joseph Keller won by major decision over Reed Volden. South Border up 10-0. Open weights at 139, 145 for 6 more points. And dual forfeits all the way from 52 to 72. At 189, Taylor Myers, South Border over Will Trebosser from Northern Cass by fall. And now here at 215 pounds, Brody Geston wrestling Daniel Schumacher. And winner by fall, Logan Feist wins by fall over Riker Lakowitzer. Puts Napoleon up in the duel. They're up 9-6. And Napoleon takes a 9-6 lead. Going into 139 pounds. Started the duel at 127. And mat number 2, we're 8-0 lead for Schumacher. Schumacher working over on the far side. And trying to drive around the top. Now up over the hips, throws on a power half on the near side. That's your recap for the South Border Northern Cass duels. Just number of open weight classes and double forfeits. Little gamesmanship on South Border's part with those double forfeits. Could have ran up the score pretty big. Well, that's a win by fall. At 8 seconds remaining here for Daniel Schumacher. Schumacher wins by fall. So takes it into the third period with 8 seconds remaining. You're going to heavyweight. So Gage Nygaard, Shane Nitschke going out at 285. South Border and protecting their heavyweight there with Cole Nitschke, kind of underweight. Wrestling up at the 285 spot for South Border. They send out older brother Shane Nitschke. Nitschke They're working in underneath on Nygaard. Shane Nitschke, the defending state champion. Last year at 220 pounds. Rolls over on top for a 2-point takedown on mat number 2. They're working for a fall. It's Tyson Johnson on Anthony Grunike. Johnson with the win by fall. That was at 152. At 160, Tanner Mengi going out for Kindred. A win by fall at Shane Nitschke over Gage Nygaard. A dual score now 40-0. Coming up on 11:30, we're live from Lisbon High School Gymnasium. North Dakota Class B Wrestling East Region Southeast Sub-Region Dual Tournament. They bring you up to date on these scores. And that's a final. That's a 40-0 win for Southport Mustangs over the Northern Cass Jaguars in the first round. That's mat number 2. Your Kindred Napoleon. Tanner Mengi, Mason Wagle. Wagle last year not able to make it into the state tournament, had a disappointing region tournament. He seeded number 2 in the region last year. Great season up to that point. Now out here wrestling Tanner Mengi. Mengi, an 8th grader, state place winner for Kindred at the 2023 state wrestling tournament. Mengi placed 8th. That was at 145 pounds, wrestling 160 this year. You also see him at 172. Not sure if he's dropped down for the individual side to 160, but here he is wrestling Mason Wagle. The wrestler, it's still scoreless. Now Wagle with the attack goes up over the top on Mengi, throws him down. Mengi tries to roll through. 2-point takedown for Wagle. Wagle took us a 2-0 lead at the end of the first period. Now 5 seconds remaining. Goes to work on a spladle right away on Mengi. Mengi's going to stand up, hold his position as time expires in the first period. Mason Wagle up 2-0 on Tanner Mengi. The junior versus the 8th grader.
Will be switched to mat number 2.
So we are
It'll start shortly.
We are going rolling schedule. So we will switch to this one camera setup. Mengi pushes in to Wagle. Wagle with the 1-point escape. So Mengi takes, Wagle with the 3-0 lead. He's up over the top, snap down on Mengi. He's going to try to turn the corner. Tanner Mengi reaches in. Now Wagle catches the inside leg, going to go a front head cradle. Has the head cradle locked up, picks up the 2-point takedown. Had momentarily control with the 2-point. See that a lot. They catch that inside leg, and then they snap down to the front with the head cradle. Referee gives him 2 points. He's up 5-0. Mason Wagle has a 5-0 lead. So they did say that Lisbon South Border duel. So that match, they said, will start momentarily on mat number 2. So they switched that over to mat number 2. That's a semifinal match. between the Lisbon Broncos and the Oaks Tornadoes. The Broncos' first match, or first duel of the day coming up. Oaks won in the first round of the quarterfinals over EEK, and that was a contested duel all the way through the lineup. Oaks pulls out a 42-33 win. Weigel maintains that 5-0 lead on mat number 1. The final seconds tick off the clock. Going into the third period, he's up 5-0. The junior versus the 8th grade. Weigel, junior for Napoleon. Up in that Northeast sub-region, the first round action, Northern Lights defeated Rugby 24-0. And Pembina County North over Mayport CG 54-21. They're in their second round here with Carrington over Larimore 42-8 in second round action. Carrington, number 2 team. They're still waiting on that first round result between Hillsborough Central Valley and Grafton. Just as we're waiting the result here in this first round between Napoleon and Kindred. The Kindred has an 18-9 lead in the duel on your Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. Mengi with that 2-point takedown, he has a 2-0 lead. Mengi is up 2-0. Little slip there by Weigel. That tightens the score now, 6-4. So 6-4 lead for Weigel. Now 7-4, he gives him the 1-point escape. And Mengi in on another double leg. The time expiring down to 20 seconds. And have a stalemate back to the center of the mat. 7-4 lead for Mason Weigel over Tanner Mengi. Weigel thought he was going to coast through this match against Mengi. Now Weigel coming up over the top, catches a head and arm, a little chin whip over. And just like that, Weigel explodes for a 2-point takedown, working for the fall. Arches back, Saturday Night Ride, and with the fall is Mason Weigel over Tanner Mengi. Puts the exclamation point on that match with 3 seconds remaining in the third period. And Mengi gave him a handful, all he could handle through most of that match. Mengi caught a chin whip, wins by fall. That's an 18-15 dual score. Was 18-9, 6 more points, now 18-15. So this match between Lisbon and Oaks underway. It starts at 133 pounds. Noah Anderson out on the mat for the Lisbon Broncos. And Zane Allender. Anderson in on a single leg on Allender right away. Anderson with that head poked out, going to try to slide around for a go behind. The first time I believe that Anderson and Allender have met up this year at 133 pounds. Anderson back in on the takedown. He cracks down Allender. Allender trying to step around behind. Use that long body. Anderson's going to spin back around on top. Has caught the head of Allender. Still no takedown awarded here for Noah Anderson. Anderson, just if he just tilt up towards the head, he could get Allender in some near fall. Now Anderson goes back towards the head. Is going to run over a crossface on Allender. Catches the arm. Noah Anderson working for the fall for the Broncos in the first period. Under a minute remaining. Anderson scoops the head. Yes, Lincoln Swenson and Gage McDowell on mat number 1 at 189 pounds. Swenson from Kindred, McDowell for Napoleon. 24-15 dual lead after 172. And McDowell stands up here with Swenson. And Anderson still working for the fall. So scoops the head. Has that locked up. And Swenson, now McDowell was up 6-4 or 6-2. Swenson scoots out the back door. Working for the fall on mat number 1. Here's Lincoln Swenson on Gage McDowell. Anderson has the cradle locked up, trying to get the fall at the end of the period. Time expires. With no time on the clock, Anderson picks up 3 near fall. Going into the second period, he has a 5-0 lead on Allender. Swenson with more near fall on McDowell. McDowell had an early lead, 6-2. Swenson exploding for 9 points, working another near fall combination. Now McDowell going to try to roll through at the end of the period. And no near fall at the end of the period for Swenson, 9-6 lead on mat number 1. Get back to that dual cam coverage on your live event. Your opening match on mat number 2. And Swenson catches McDowell with the reversal. He has 11-6 lead. And Anderson in the bottom position against Zane Allender. Allender going to the work on Anderson. Anderson going to try to sit through and reverse. And just as Allender kind of caught the guillotine on Anderson, he get called potentially dangerous as Allender is trying to sit back. And Anderson, really no sense of urgency. I think Allender just kind of caught that arm, caught Anderson by surprise on there as he is laying back. A 5-0 lead for Noah Anderson on this is mat number 2. Anderson now caught that leg as Allender is trying to go leg right on the near side, trying to turn the corner. Gets those hips back down to the mat. Allender going back to the guillotine on Anderson. And one thing, Zane Allender, he's brutal with the legs. Here with Anderson. Anderson still trying to work over the top and likely a stalemate. Now able to rotate those hips through on Allender. Allender reverses it, so no change of position, still 5-0. Here McDowell, now 11-8. We're back and forth on mat number 1. Swenson and McDowell now 11-8. 2 more points on the reversal for Gage McDowell with 5 seconds remaining in the second period. 24-15 lead for Kindred over Napoleon. Opening match between Oaks and the Lisbon. Lisbon, the number 1 seed. Oaks number 4. Oaks picked up a win, 42-33 over Ellendale-Edgley-Culm in the opening round. In the neutral position here with Anderson and Allender. Allender catches ahead, trying to turn the corner on Anderson. Anderson steps up, back to his feet. Little head tap by out. Now McDowell and Swenson in a scramble. Head and arm caught by Swenson. He's going to pick up 2 points in near fall, working the pinning combination, squeezing. So I think we're going maybe an illegal headlock as he rolled over. Hadn't caught the arm. So we're 16-8. There was no penalty. The other official steps in, blow the whistle. 16-8. 8-point lead for Lincoln Swenson over Gage McDowell on mat number 1. Have a minute 24 remaining. Mat number 2 between Anderson and Allender. Allender trying to work an arm drag on Anderson over the top in the front headlock. Now Anderson drops down, cracks down Allender to the mat. Allender reaches over the top. Yeah, Anderson still now trying to run this the other way on Allender. Allender catches the ankle. It's 5-0 lead for Noah Anderson on Zane Allender. Get down to 2 seconds. Time expires. That's a win by decision for Noah Anderson over Zane Allender. Now Griffin Greenlee going out for the Broncos on mat number 2 versus Case Allender. So Anderson win by decision. Broncos with an early 3-0 lead on Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. That's a defensive pin there for Lincoln Swenson over Gage McDowell. McDowell had a cradle locked up. Swenson with the win by fall. 30-15 to dual score. Napoleon doubles up on, Kindred doubles up on Napoleon now, 30-15. Going into 285. Or 215. That's open weight. Now going to 285. So 30-21 is the score. Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. Another open weight, this time for Napoleon. A Wolf with the win by forfeit, 36-21. And going back to her lighter weights. Here a 107. Gavin Rude with the win by forfeit. 42-21. Now Dalton Feist, returning state champion, steps out on the mat here at 114 pounds. Here's Greenlee and Case Allender. Case Allender with an early 2-0 lead on Greenlee. Case Allender up 2-0. And momentarily had to clasp his hands. He got away with that one. Now Greenlee with the 1-point escape, 2-1. Under 30 seconds remaining in first period. The Feist on mat number 1, wrestling Hayden Weiser. Scores a 2-point takedown. He takes a 2-0 lead, minute 30 remaining in the first period. Greenlee working underneath on Allender. Allender catches head and arm. Now Greenlee comes over the top as Allender tries to turn the corner at the end of the period. Now Greenlee with the head and arm locked up on Allender, trying to scoot over. Greenlee at the end of the period, just as time expires, had Allender exposing his back, so the official's going to call for a conference. Just as the official looked like he was going to put up 2 points for Greenlee. The towel tapper gets to the official, so no takedown for Greenlee. Just as time expired there, Allender escapes with a 2-1 lead going into the second period. Chooses neutral to start with Greenlee, so I'll have to take that 2 points off the board. Case Allender still leads 2-1. Under 2 minutes remaining in the second period. Hayden Weiser, Dalton Feist with a 4-1 lead. 42-21 dual lead for the Kindred. Lisbon leads 3-0. We're just 2 matches now into this. Noah Anderson defeated Zane Allender 5-0. Put Lisbon up 3-0. Now Allender working another takedown on Greenlee. Greenlee just trying to hang on. Greenlee steps around. Allender trying to step over the top of Greenlee. Greenlee steps around behind. 2-point takedown for Griffin Greenlee. This is Greenlee's first action, at least since the Central Cass. I don't even know if he was out for the Central Cass tournament, but he hasn't been on the mat probably since the holiday break. Trying to work a spladle on Allender. And Allender not able to spin back around. Greenlee still has it locked up. Trying to step around, get a reversal. They're on the edge of the mat. So still 3-2. Greenlee still hanging on, doesn't want to give up. The reversal here to Allender. Final 30 seconds of the second period. Now a 2-point reversal for Allender on the edge of the mat. He's going to work, has the leg split on the backside. Here Feist on mat number 1 with a 9-1 lead. Working over the top with a front headlock on Weezer. Chin whips him over. Working for the fall. On mat number 1 is Dalton Feist. Feist with the win for Napoleon. 42-27 dual score on mat number 1. 42-21. Or excuse me, 27 is our dual score. Goes to 121 pounds. And started our second period. That's Case Allender with the 4-3 lead over Griffin Greenlee. Greenlee off the whistle. A little sit out. Allender sticks in the leg on Greenlee. Hasn't broken belly down. That's your final score, 48-27, Kindred over Napoleon. So Kindred wrestles South Border in the next semifinal. Greenlee working reversal, gets over the top, catches Allender. He'll take a 5-4 lead for Griffin Greenlee. 1:15 remaining. Greenlee's up on top now, 5-4. Not able to get near fall off of that reversal, but does take the 1-point lead, 5-4. Allender stands up on Greenlee. A restart potentially dangerous as Allender stood up on Greenlee. So Greenlee with a 5-4 lead, 1:04 remaining. Here in the third period, stand up outside now, head the knee. Greenlee gets behind Allender, hits a cradle. So Greenlee goes for the cradle up over the top of Allender. Greenlee slips off. Allender with the win by fall, so he goes up with the pin. Oaks takes the early lead now, 6-3. Win by fall over Greenlee. Greenlee tried to clamp down on the cradle as Allender stood up, had the knee, missed it, slipped over the top. Now move on to 145 pounds, Ryan Ing and Blaine Wald at 145.
Okay, we're going to move the Napoleon and Northern.
All right, we will go to just one mat coverage temporarily until we have that other duel underway. So they do have a consolation match.
We're going to move that to mat number 1.
So Napoleon and Northern Cass. That'll start mat number 1, about 10 to 15 minutes on mat number 1. It's a consolation match. Next semifinal is Kindred and South Border. Ryan Ing out on the mat for the Broncos. Oaks with the lead, 6-3. Wrestling Rylan Wald for Oaks. Rylan Wald, a senior, 16-15 record. Ryan, journeyman for the Broncos, started the season at 145, at 133 after the Christmas break, then 39 out at New Salem, now up to 145. Working for the MVP spot for the Broncos. Covering 3 weight classes, now potentially dangerous on the stand-up. Ing has a 2-0 lead with 12 seconds remaining. So that round, Kindred with the 48-27 win over Napoleon. South Border over Northern Cass, 40-0. They'll face each other in the next semifinal match. The consolation round, EK receives a bye on the top side. Bottom side, Napoleon versus Northern Cass. So off the whistle here. Wald trying to work a reversal. Ing catches him, puts him back down on the mat. Wald defers over to Ing. Ing chooses bottom. Got started the second period. Ryan Ing in the bottom position. Ryan Wald on top. Ing, a sophomore for Lisbon, 24-9. The Oaks Tornadoes with 4 returning state qualifiers. Finishing at the state tournament last year with 32 points, good enough for 22nd place. Broncos finished second last year with 164 points. That's a 2-point reversal for Ryan Ing. The Broncos bring back 7 returning state qualifiers, 4 state place winners in Grayson Lyons, Noah Anderson, Cash Wadeson, Griffin Greenlee, Mike Nelson, Blaze Ranke, and Drew Anderson. Broncos defending state duel champions. Most recent streak started in 2017. And Ing now working a pinning combination as Rylan Wall going to his back and go Saturday Night Ride. And with the fall is Ryan Ing for the Broncos. Ing gives the Broncos the lead back, going into 152 pounds. So now here goes Ranke. Out. Higher goes to check into the table. Coach sends him back. Going to send out Jackson Sorum. So Sorum stepping in at 152. And coach taking a look, Corey Shaw taking a look over at his roster, trying to come up with a strategy how to beat the Broncos. Ranke goes to work on Sorum. Up over the top. No takedown awarded, so started out a little bit fast. Sorum spins out of the bottom, back to his feet. Down to 10 seconds. Off the clock now. Ranke with the 2-point takedown goes to the cradle. Minute 43 remaining. Rolls over Sorum. Has it locked up. Going to try to force those shoulders to the mat. Goes bottom knee in the side, forward in the temple. Win by fall for Blaze Ranke. 24-second pin for Blaze. That's Ranke over Jackson Sorum. Broncos 15-6. Now Eli Lyons stepping out at 160 pounds. So Eli at 160. Looks to take on Josh Meal for the Oaks Tornadoes. Meal returning state place winner for Oaks last year at the state tournament. Placed 4th at 182 pounds, down wrestling 160. The lean and mean down at 160 pound, wrestling Eli Lyons. Meal's got the best of Lyons. The last couple times they've wrestled now here in the duel tournament. O'Meal, they're working inside, has that head in the hole, working cradle up on Lyons. Picks up the 2-point takedown. Lyons going to try to roll through the top, not able to do it. Meal with a 2-0 lead. Lyons with the stand-up. Meal not able to return, and Lyons hips ice away. Down to minute 3 remaining, first period. Here Lyons goes collar tie with Meal. Drops down, now steps back. Meal works underneath, tries a little knee sweep, not able to grab it. Lions waves back in. They're holding the center of the mat. We're on mat number 1, 15-6 lead for the Broncos. Case Onwender wins by fall, puts the 6 points on the board for Oaks at 139 pounds. The Lions with an outside single on Meal. Meal muscles down, Lions to the mat. At final 7 seconds. Tick off the clock, now down to 3. And that'll do it for our first period. It's a 2-1 lead for Josh Meal over Eli Lyons. Lyons a sophomore, 29-5. Meal a senior for the Oaks Tornadoes, 13-2. And last year, Eli Lyons, a journeyman for the Broncos. He wrestled weight classes from 152 to 189 last year. Now Meal with the quick sit out on Lyons. Lyons trying to chase this leg and hook the head of Meal. Steps into it, catches Meal's head, now has a cradle locked up on Josh Meal. Meal trying to counter out of it, but that cradle is pretty tight here for Lyons. Lyons forces Meal down to the mat. Trying to work that head in the hole. Now goes head in the hole for Eli Lyons. Has Meal going over. Lyons momentarily had Meal in some trouble. This duel underway now between Napoleon and Northern Cass. We'll switch back over to mat 1 coverage and go to our double cameras here. So this is continuing coverage of the 2024 North Dakota Class B Southeast Region Dual Tournament on yourliveevent.com. The Lions with a good ride out here on Meal. Had that cradle locked up. Now Meal warned was stalling, going to try to tripod up on Lyons. Meal with the Granby roll through, catches Lyons' legs. Lyons going to go through the bottom. Meal trying to work around on top. Lyons trying to get the stalemate. Down to 25 seconds remaining. Emil working around the top, trying to get Lyons down to his hip, potentially dangerous. No change of position. Best outcome for Eli Lyons out of that scramble position. A restart. They're back behind the clock. Not a good position for our camera. And now nice little switch at the end of the period for Josh Meal. He takes a 4-1 lead on Eli Lyons. Lyons, Granby rolls through. Catches the leg, but not able to reverse out of it. Meal with the 4-1 lead. Here, Bryce Schneider wrestling Reed Bolden. Schneider with an early 2-0 lead going into the second period on mat number 1. The line started in the bottom position in the third period. And mat returned by Josh Meal. Breaks Lyons down, belly down, working that arm on the near side. Here's Schneider and Bolden into the second period. We're scoreless in that duel, just underway at 133 pounds. Here's Lyons off the edge of the mat. Meal chases him out, back for a restart after that knee slide out of bounds. A minute 20 remaining in the third period. So caution on Green. Greenward was stalling, and now a caution on the restart. Lyons with the stand up. Nice power stand up by Lyons. Turns into Meal trying to hip heist around, catches the whizzer. Meal takes Lyons out of bounds. They're working that far edge of the mat. Lyons going to try to knee slide. Now hits a quick sit. They're called out of bounds. And Bolden in on a single leg. on Schneider. Schneider with the wizard on the near side, able to get Volden back down to the mat. On mat number 1, Volden working underneath in the situation. Now goes back into the single leg. Stands back up with it. Lyons trying to work over the top on Meal. He catches the underhook. Going to try to whip over Meal down to 50 seconds remaining in that third period. 1 point for Lyons. Meal and Lyons. Now Lyons goes double overhook on Josh Meal. 4-2 lead for Meal on Eli Lyons. Down to 36 seconds remaining. In the third period. There's Schneider with the takedown. He has 4-0 lead. Lyons with the shot on Meal. Meal goes front headlock on Lyons. Down to 21 seconds remaining in that third period. Meal clamping down, trying to turn the corner. Lyons drags over on Meal. Lyons now hits a high crotch. Arm spins through on Meal. Trying to work on Fireman's. Now arm drags around, has Meal on the edge of the mat. Lyons over the top, 2-point takedown for Lyons. Puts over Meal on his back, picking up near fall. As time expires, no near fall, but a 2-point takedown for Eli Lyons. He ties it up. We're tied up at 4. Lyons did hold Meal down on the mat out of bounds. The official kind of surprised himself. Lyons surprised everybody. Now we're tied up at 4 going into overtime. On mat number 2 here, Meal with the double leg shot on Lyons. Lyons gets caught, has to go belly down. So Lyons goes belly down. That's a win for Josh Meal in sudden victory over Eli Lyons. And Meal might have got away with one on the edge of the mat as Lyons put him over on the back with the takedown. So 15-9 is the duel score. Well, 15-9, Mike Nelson on the mat here at 172 pounds in our semifinal match. Here's Schneider and Volden, 5-0 lead. Now 7-0 lead for Schneider on mat number 1. And Nelson with the takedown. Wrestling Tate Thorpe. For the Oaks Tornadoes, Nelson a senior, 16-1. Thorpe for Oaks a senior, 19-11. Nelson last year placing 3rd at the state tournament. Nelson is a 4-time state place winner for the Broncos. Placed his first year in 8th grade at 113 pounds. Nelson has the cradle locked up on Thorpe. That's tight, gonna roll over. Takes Thorpe over, gonna go chin in the shoulder, working for the fall here is Mike Nelson. In the first period, working for a first period pin for the Broncos. Nelson with the pin and the win over Tate Thorpe. Broncos up 21-9. Bryce Schneider with the win over Volden. And now at 139, that's a 9-0 lead. As wrestler checks in for Napoleon. And here's Schwab. Schwab with the takedown. Almost had some near fall wrestling Carter Potasic from Oaks, the junior. So Madden Schwab with the early 2-point takedown on Potasic. So here's Schwab. Schwab working over the top on Potasic. Has a leg right in on the near side. Now Potasic is kind of catching Schwab high up over the hips. Schwab goes into the wizard. Potasic now goes up over the head of Schwab. Going to try to drag him down. Under a minute remaining. Has a 1-point escape, loss of control for Carter Potasic. Working through the weight classes on mat number 1 with Napoleon in Northern Cass. So they're open, Northern Cass open at 160. 15-0. Let's see where we're caught back up here now. Schwab trying to turn the corner on Potasic again, down to 34 seconds. Has the knee hooked on Potasic, now loses it. Schwab just a little bit out of position, tried to bowl over Potasic. Potasic gets on top. Has a 3-2 lead on Madden Schwab. Broncos up in the duel 21-9. Now Potasic working power half on the near side, jumps over. Schwab with the sit out, catches the arm, going Peterson. Down to 9 seconds. Schwab trying to score at the end of the period. Steps up just on the edge of the mat. Pulls in Potasic. Schwab with those hips away. At the end of the period, no points awarded. 3-2 lead for Carter Potasic on Madden Schwab of the Broncos. Or that 189 here. Gage McDowell, Will Tribwasser for Northern Cass. 21-0 lead for Napoleon in the duel. It's your first consolation round duel on mat number 1. Mat number 2, semifinal. We're tied up at 3 apiece going into the second period between Schwab and Carter Potasic. Schwab, an 8th grader for the Broncos, sitting at 6-14. Carter Potasic, a junior for Oaks, 15-11. Schwab getting into the starting lineup after the Christmas break. Potasic rolls over the nice inside cradle. Takes Schwab over to his back. It's tight here for Carter Potasic, looking for the fall. Schwab trying to bridge out of this. Potasic's going to settle and catches the leg here. Schwab rolls him back. Schwab, not much he can do. Keeping that left shoulder up just a little bit. Down to minute 24 here for Potasic to work the fall on Schwab. Schwab rolls through, gets out. Has Potasic high, just lost it here. Potasic is high on Schwab. Schwab misses it though. Kind of slow to react here. Potasic going to work. McDowell working for the fall on Tribwasser. Schwab trying to hip over on Potasic, gets stepped over. So Schwab has Potasic in a little trouble. Potasic is up 6-3. Schwab's going to step over with a reversal. Now 6-5 is our score. Schwab high up around the top. Goes full Nelson. So Schwab with the full Nelson has to slow down here for Schwab. Down 7-5. So Mad Schwab down by 2. The 27-0 lead. Napoleon's up. Now Potasic rolls Schwab over down to 30 seconds. Scoops the head, the shoulders up, not by much on the near side here on the left side. Official takes a look, shoulder up just by a little bit. Down to 25 seconds remaining here for Schwab. Right on the edge of the mat. And Potasic now is going to readjust. Schwab still trying to get out of bounds. Down to 14 seconds remaining. Potasic re-sweats on Schwab. Schwab trying to bridge out of it, down to 9 seconds. Towel tapper comes out here and win by fall for Carter Potasic over Madden Schwab. 21-15 is our dual score. So out goes Drew Anderson for the Broncos. We're 21-15. So Klein goes out against Anderson. So Max Klein going up against Drew Anderson at 2:15. Andre Dahl, Brody Geston over on mat number 1. Napoleon with a 27-0 lead. They're at the 215-pound weight class, same as mat number 2 here with Klein and Anderson. Anderson works underhooks on Klein. Now Anderson going double underhooks. Klein leaning into Anderson. Anderson over under. Klein steps in. A 1-0 lead here. Not sure what the point was. Missed that first point for Klein. So now down to a minute remaining in the first period on mat number 2 between Anderson and Max Klein. Anderson locked back in with Klein, trying to throw him over the top. Klein steps back. Anderson wading in the Klein as he backs up. Now circles in towards the center of the mat. Oaks is down 21-15 in the duel. Andre Dahl, Brody Gueston, that's scoreless going into the second period. Gueston's on top. Now gets called for a clasp on that mat return on Andre Dahl. Dahl steps away. Here's Anderson working the inside on Klein. And Klein now has double underhooks on Anderson. Anderson with overs. Down to 3 seconds remaining in the first period. Wrestlers break apart. Going to the second. We're scoreless with Anderson and Klein. Max Klein for the Oaks Tornadoes. Drew Anderson for Lisbon Broncos. Anderson starts bottom position in the second period. Dahl with the 1-0 lead after that technical violation. Clasping violation by Brody Gueston from Northern Cass. And now Dahl stands up, has a 2-0 lead on mat number 1 in the second period. Now under a minute remaining in that second period. Mat number 2 between Klein and Anderson. Anderson with the sit-out, rolls around, gets on top of Klein. Takes a 2-0 lead. And Anderson right away goes out high on Klein. Now able to get back around behind him. Anderson has a habit. So Anderson now down under a minute. With a 2-1 lead for Anderson. Anderson in the top position. So Anderson now has Klein. Klein was broke belly down here by Anderson. Anderson with a 2-1 lead down under 20 seconds remaining. On mat number 2, mat 1, Dahl and Gueston. So Andre Dahl's up 2-0. Anderson going to pick up some near fall at the end of the period. Time expires. Anderson with a couple near fall. Picks up 3, takes a 5-1 lead going into the third. Here with Klein. Klein's choice. He's going to choose top. We'll see. Takes a look, going to go neutral. So here's Anderson and Klein. They're going neutral to start the third. Here, Andre Dahl, Brody Gueston. That's 3-0 lead for Dahl. He's up 3-0. He's on the bottom position. Gueston on the top position. Works up over the top, has that arm chop now. Working back around. Now 4-0 lead for Dahl on mat number 1. Klein and Anderson still 5-1 lead for Drew Anderson. A minute 18. And Guesson gets a 2-point takedown, 4-2, tightens it up. Here's Klein in on a double leg on Anderson. Anderson sprawls out. Gonna work behind on Klein. Klein able to get back up to his base. Anderson a little bit slow to react. Had Klein broke belly down. Now goes in, hips into Max Klein here for Drew Anderson, working for the fall for the Broncos on the edge of the mat, and win by pin for Drew Anderson. That could be the RDK Enterprises move of the match. The Broncos able to flip that from the regular season duel. Anderson wins by fall. So Drew Anderson with the win by fall. Broncos go up 27-15. And here's Hinkle, Aiden Hinkle out for the Broncos. Works a quick snap down. Goes double collars. He works over the top on Brady Szymanski. So Hinkle up on top of Szymanski, works around, has the screwdriver locked up. Szymanski able to roll through, but now hammerlock for Hinkle. It goes across the face, rolls over Szymanski here at heavyweight for 285. Broncos look to take another 6-point lead here, now up 33-15 after the heavyweight match. So 33-15, our dual score. Lewin Salgado goes out wrestling for the Broncos. So here's Salgado. Wagner with a quick 2-point takedown on Salgado. Goes, works the arm, puts the forehead in the arm. Now working an armbar, has a quick 2-0 lead. The Broncos open up the lead 33-15. We do have a final. 42-6 is our final between Napoleon and Northern Cass.
Okay, the next match will be a semifinal match between Kindred and South Border. And that'll start at 133.
Wagner, they're working over the top on Salgado.
5 to 10 minutes.
So this duel on mat number 2. (33-15) is a dual score. Here Wagner working around, has a armbar locked up on Salgado. Salgado defends that. Now Wagner catches the far wrist. Going to reset and potentially dangerous as that arm exceeds the 90 degree across the back, goes up over the shoulder blade. So 33-15 is our dual score on your Dakota Bank Heritage scoreboard. And Wagner, they're still working, trying to hit this tilt. He has a 2-0 lead going into the second period. So Wagner is up 2-0 on Lewin Salgado. That's another semifinal match, our duel between Kindred and South Border. About 10 minutes away from that on mat number 1. So here's Salgado and Wagner. Salgado in the bottom position. Wagner's going to run another armbar on Salgado. Has this one in tight. Not much Salgado can do. It's in tight, working for the fall. Here's Ben Wagner on Lewin Salgado. He's up 4-0. And now he's going to walk it around and a win by fall here for Salgado over Ben Wagner. They're going to go to 114 pounds. So moving on to 114. Duel started at 133. And Ranky working on Jaron Nelson with the quick 2-point takedown for Lisbon. The Cruz Ranky's up 2-0 on Jaron Nelson. Now working up over the top with a crossface. The Broncos up in the duel 33-21. Kindred and South Border about 5 minutes away from that duel on mat number 1. Mat number 2 is Oaks and Lisbon. Oaks up in that duel on the Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard 33-21. Napoleon defeats Northern Cass in that consolation match. So Napoleon will wrestle EEK for 5th place. Now there's a bye for 7th place. So Northern Cass takes 7th. Lemoore not able to make the tournament this year. So here's Ranky and Nelson. And Nelson with the 1-point escape. We're now under a minute remaining in the first period. Ranky in with another single leg takedown to Nelson. Going to return him down to the mat. Nelson goes belly down. And recap our duel. All this our Ivory Insurance recap as duels keep rolling along. Not much of a pregame between duels with our rolling schedule, but Noah Anderson opened up with a win for the Broncos by decision 5-0 over Zane Allender. Case Allender won by fall over Griffin Greenlee after Greenlee came hard over the top, tried to clamp down on the cradle after Allender's stand-up. Oaks led 6-3. Ryan Eng wins by fall over Rylan Wall, gives the Broncos the lead back 9-6. Blaze Ranky over Jackson Sorn by fall. The Broncos up 15-6. Now Ranky with the cradle locked up here as time expires. He has a 4-1 lead on Jaron Nelson. And then Josh Meal wins by decision over Eli Lyons, and sudden victory. Lyons with the takedown on the edge of the mat. The last second throws Meal over to his back, but no near fall. Sends it into overtime. Meal with a double leg takedown wins that by decision in overtime. So we're 15-9 at that point in the duel. Then Mike Nelson wins by fall over Tate Thorpe in 1:09. Carter Potasic over Madden Schwab. That was a back and forth battle up until the win by fall. Put 6 more points on the board for Oaks. So Oaks up with 15 points. Then Drew Anderson with a big pin for the Broncos and 5:07 over Max Klein. Aiden Hinkle pins Braden Szymanowski. The Broncos built up this 33-21 lead, and Ben Wagner over Leo and Salgado at 107. Counts for Oaks as 21 points in the duel. Wrestling out here at 114 with Cruz Ranky has a 6-1 lead over Jaron Nelson. Still have 121 and 127 remaining in the duel. So still possible 18 points out on the mat between these 3 matches, the current one and then the 2 upcoming. Ranky picks up the win for the Broncos. That would seal the win. We'll see if they'd wrestle those last 2 matches. But Ranky caught Nelson on his hip down the final 15 seconds of the second period. Here's Ranky. They're working over the top. No near fall awarded. The score is 8-2. So an 8-2 score going into our third period. And Nelson with the choice. He goes neutral to start the third. So here's Ranky now. Sprawls out on Nelson. Working over the top. Going to Little shuck in that quarter. Nelson gets around behind him, has a 10-2 lead, down to minute 42 remaining. So Ranky right now working on a major decision. Nelson sits out, down to minute 29. Ranky catches the arm. Nelson steps away, 1 point escape. 10-3, now up by 7. Here's Cruz Ranky down to minute 20 remaining. Ranky, little level change. Ranky drops back down, doubles up. Goes to that forklift position. Is going to be able to pass the leg on Nelson. Spins up over the top. Nelson catches the back ankle on Ranky. The Cruz Ranky will secure that takedown under 40 seconds remaining. 12-3 is the score in the match. Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. Broncos lead 33-21. Dakota Heritage Bank sharing our heritage, sharing our future with locations in North Dakota and Minnesota. That's Dakota Heritage Bank. Visit dhbank.com, dhbanknd.com. Your scoreboard sponsor for your East Region, Southeast Subregion dual tournament. Now 23 seconds remaining. Ranky is up by 9. The final 10 seconds tick off the clock here with Nelson trying to score an escape at the end of the period. That'd make it 12-4. Ranky is able to return Nelson back down to the mat. And time expires, and Cruz Ranky wins by major decision, 12-3. 37-21 is the score. Here's Lyons going up against Dahlstrom at 121, so we will have contested matches. The Broncos will win the duel. They'll advance to the championship duel. So Lisbon advances to the championship duel. We're underway. A semifinal match, or duel. Over on mat number 1. So that's now underway over on mat number 1. It's between Kindred and South Border. They start at 133 pounds. Dahlstrom in Lyons. Now Dahlstrom working around Lyons. Working that back ankle of Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom trying to turn the corner. He flips the script here on Lyons. Lyons still with that ankle caught. Gets over the top here. Dahlstrom trying to roll over on Lyons. Lyons rolls back through. Good scramble between Lyons and Dahlstrom. No change of position. Well, Dahlstrom with the single leg elevates it up. Trips Lyons back down to the mat. 2-point takedown. Tristan Lepp with the win by fall at 133 over Jack McDonald. So start of our second period on mat number 2 is Grayson Lyons and Matthias Dahlstrom. Their dual score 37-21. I think they're trying to find out who has choice. 2-0 lead for Matthias Dahlstrom after that scrambler started the second period. That's Lakowitzer and Riker Vetter. Riker Vetter makes quick work of Riker Lakowitzer. The South Border with 2 quick pins over on mat number 1. Take a 12-0 lead. So Oaks will wrestle for third. They'll take the non-winner between Kindred and the South Border Mustangs on mat number 1. Here Lions, they're trying to work a sit out into a switch. Dahlstrom chases him around. So not sure. Looks like we had some problems with our clock on mat number 1. Or excuse me, mat 2. We had to send out the towel tapper. They're trying to run time off the clock. Looks like we're resetting it. Now we're back. And now the start of our second period. So that was what the discussion was before. We just had an issue with the clock, so they got that reset. Here's start of our second period. Dahlstrom with a 2-0 lead. Here's Fisher Johnson, Carson Glazeman. Glazeman up 2-0 on Johnson. Johnson with the 1-point escape. The Glazeman last year placed 5th at 145 pounds for South Border. A restart. Dahlstrom still in the bottom position on mat number 2 between Oaks and Lisbon. Dahlstrom with the stand up. The Lyons drops down, takes the leg of Dahlstrom, trips him down to the mat. Good mat return by Lyons. Dahlstrom back up. Lyons going to drop back down. Now Dahlstrom hip heist back around. The second time's a charm here for Dahlstrom. Lyons goes to forklift position. Dahlstrom able to get him back down. Now Lyons back working underneath. The Lyons not able to crack down Dahlstrom. He's going up over the top, has the back ankle. Lyons hangs on to the leg. Dahlstrom's going to try to step over. He gets the 2-point reversal. Lyons on his hip. Dahlstrom trying to drag him over for a near fall. We're at 121 pounds with Grayson Lyons and Matthias Dahlstrom on mat number 2. Here, mat number 1 between Fisher Johnson and Carson Glazeman. Glazeman with a 4-2 lead on Johnson. They're going into the second period. So Dahlstrom has his tilt locked up. Final 10 seconds of the second period. Going to try to pick up some near fall on Lyons. Going to get a 2 count as time expires. Looking to take a 7-0 lead going into the third period. So it does pick up 2 near fall. 6-0 lead. So score should be 6-0 after the near fall. Now I guess the period reset, just having some issues with the track wrestling clock. Now Glazeman on mat number 1 has a 5-2 lead. South Border last year at the state tournament placed 3rd in the individual side as a team. Glazeman with a 7-2 lead. Working Johnson on the near edge of the mat. They're underway on mat number 2 between Lyons and Dahlstrom on their feet. Dahlstrom, nice high crotch, hard mat return. Lyons grabs the head on Dahlstrom. Now Dahlstrom in control on top, has an 8-0 lead on Grayson Lyons. Working back underneath, trying to score more near fall. Here Johnson sits out on Glazeman. Glazeman caught the head and arm on Johnson. Now goes crossface, a little hard crossface by Glazeman over the top on mat number 1. And Johnson sticks his nose down in the mat after that. Hard crossface by Carson Glazeman. And Johnson tripods up. Little hip ice back around. Glazeman catches the arm, going to try to roll through on that tilt. Not able to get it on mat number 1. The South Border winning the duel. Have a 12-0 lead on your Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. They're up 12-0 on mat number 1 in the duel. Broncos up 37-21. Here at 121 pounds. This is with Dahlstrom and Lyons. The final 30 seconds. Tick off the clock. And Dahlstrom trying to run over this armbar. exceeds the 90 degrees, so we have potentially dangerous. Dahlstrom with an 8-0 lead. 20 seconds remaining in the third period. On mat number 2, mat number 1, minute 34 between Glaseman and Johnson. Here's Johnson. Spins back around out of bounds. Still 9-2 lead for Carson Glaseman. That's the end of the match. On mat number 2, Matthias Dahlstrom wins by major decision over Grayson Lyons, 8-0, 37-25. Dual score. Cash Wadeson takes the mat for the Broncos at 127 pounds. Wadeson shoots on the double. You're wrestling Tucker Maroto for Oaks, a 7th grader. Wadeson, a senior for the Broncos, going to mat return. Maroto down to the box, or down to the mat, picks up his 2-point takedown. 20 seconds off the clock. Works a crossface, going to step up through, throws Maroto over to his back, working for the fall for the Lisbon Broncos. Going Saturday Night Ride, up over the top's going to stretch out Maroto on that far edge of the mat. A nice high bridge, but waits and resets the hip, gets the foul for the Broncos. That's your dual score, 43-25. The regular season duel, I believe it was 34-30. So Broncos over the Oaks Tornadoes, 43-25 is your final dual score. We're going to try to recap that duel, go through Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match and our RDK Enterprises Precision move of the match here between Oaks and Lisbon. And Johnson and Glaseman. Time expires. That's a 9-3 win for Carson Glaseman over Fisher Johnson. So win by decision. That's a 15-0 lead. So South Border goes up 15-0. That moves to 152 pounds on mat number 1. Oh, 152 pounds on mat number 1.
Next match will be for 5th on mat number 2.
So they will wrestle that 5th place match on mat number 2. That's EEK and Napoleon wrestling for 5th. That match, or that duel, starts in approximately 10 minutes. This is our semifinal match. Kindred and Napoleon on mat number 1. South Border, Kindred and South Border. South Border with a 15-0 lead at 152 pounds. As Brody Hoffman wrestling Tyson Johnson for Kindred. Johnson with the snap down on Hoffman at the edge of the mat, get the restart in the first period with a minute remaining in the first period. So we will step away and take a timeout, get a word from our sponsors here on YourLiveEvent.com. Your dual score in semifinal number 2 between the Kindred Vikings and the South Border Mustangs. The South Border leads 15-0. And we will return just in a few moments here to catch the end of this duel. And now Johnson here, we'll keep it right here as Johnson puts Hoffman on his back. Johnson's going to go up in the match 4-0 with 30 seconds remaining in the first period. Hoffman working reversal. Turns the corner, so now 4-2 lead for Tyson Johnson of Kindred. So we will step away, take a word from our sponsor. You're watching YourLiveEvent.com.
In a hometown. Business opportunities, great jobs, and a top-notch school. Shovel-ready lots for your next idea? Great jobs in manufacturing, healthcare, and agriculture. An excellent education for your kids with small class sizes and lots of school spirit. Plus easy access to I-29 and the conveniences of North Dakota's largest cities. Build your future in Hillsboro and see why there's more at 104.
We've got your back. Protecting homes, vehicles, businesses, crops, personal protections, and so much more. Our surface agents answer the phone with a kind of speed and detail that even the Secret Service would envy. Get protected. Get IRE Insurance. Go to ireinsurance.com for a free quote and consultation.
A foundation forged in their grandfather's shop. Matt and Mike Martins know firsthand the value of quality machinery. At Martins Welding and Machine, they rely on 3 generations of knowledge and expertise in creating quality products for farmers, ranchers, residents, and businesses across North Dakota and beyond. To browse their full selection of bin caps, bale feeders, rock lifts, disc attachments, and more, visit martinswelding.com. Also ask about their garage doors. Martins Welding and Machine. Matt and Mike will make it right.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
You've got a lot more going for you in 2024 with Mayport Hardware, Trail County's Hardware Hank. No matter how many times your New Year's resolutions change, Mayport Hardware's tools and supplies will aid your goals and dreams. Let their staff help you turn those scratch paper scribblings into reality. Paint the bathroom, fix the deck, finally get that garden going. You may not be able to do it all this year, but you can check any of those off your list with the help of Mayport Hardware, Trail County's Hardware Hank on Main Street in Mayville.
You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro. You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro.
Honesty, loyalty, integrity. At Bank North, we've remained true to these values for generations. They shape the way we do business, work with customers, and support our communities. We've been here for more than a century, helping people grow farms and businesses, finance homes, and pursue their dreams. It's values-based banking, and it's all about working together to strengthen the common threads that bind us together. Bank North, always true.
The Northern Cast Booster Club is...
Hey, welcome back. YourLiveEvent.com. Our duel, semifinal duel between Kindred Vikings and the South Border Mustangs. We're at 152 pounds. Near the conclusion of this match with 45 seconds remaining. Hoffman steps around, picks up a 2-point takedown. He takes a 7-5 lead. He was down early 4-0, then picked up a reversal in the first period, 4-2. No near fall. And now Hoffman works a tilt, picking up near fall on the far edge of the mat, taking control of this match. The final 30 seconds, picks up 2 near fall. He has a 9-5 lead. And Brody Hoffman will win. Wins 9-5. Right now the Kindred Vikings blanking. The Kindred Vikings are up 18-0. That first semifinal, Lisbon over Oaks by a score of 43-25. Moves us to 160 pounds. Tanner Mengi going out. It's like Cole Stock for South Border Mustangs. So Hoffman over Tyson Johnson. Dual score 18-0 on mat number 1. Mat number 2 had that 5th place duel between EK and Napoleon. That's about 5 minutes away on mat number 2. And recap our duel between Lisbon and Oaks, that first semifinal. The duel started at 133 pounds with Noah Anderson winning by decision over Zane Allender by a score of 3-0. Case Allender won by a foul over Griffin Greenlee. Oaks had the lead, and that was their only lead of the duel. They led 6-3 at that point. Ryan Ing and Blaze Lanke picking up pins at 45 and 52 for the Broncos. Broncos up 15-6. Josh Meal comes back with a sudden victory decision over Eli Lyons. A 15-9 duel score. Going into 172 pounds, Mike Nelson with the pin in 1:09. And then trade pins at 189. Carter Potasic over Matt Schwab in a back and forth battle. 215, Drew Anderson over Max Klein. And then Aiden Hinkle wins by foul over Braden Shimanowski for the Lisbon Broncos. At that point, it was the duel was in hand for the Broncos, with Ben Wagner picking up a win by foul at 107 over Lewin Salgado. Cruz Ranke won by major decision over Jaron Nelson. 12-3, Matthias Dahlstrom over Grayson Lyons by major decision at 121, 8-0. And Cashton Wadeson came out with a pin in 44 seconds over Tucker Morodo of the Oaks Tornadoes. Broncos win that duel 43-25. You look at your Arctic Enterprises precision move of the match. And that's going to go to Eli Lyons of the Lisbon Broncos. So Lyons with that Arctic precision move of the match at 160 pounds with Josh Meal. Lyons, as the final seconds ticked away, scored the takedown and put Meal to his back. No near fall awarded. Tied it up, sent it into overtime. Meal eventually winning in sudden victory with a double leg takedown. But your Arctic Enterprises precision move of the match goes to Eli Lyons and Josh Meal. That was at 172 pounds from Arctic Enterprises in Hillsborough and Drayton. For precision planning updates, information, and questions, contact Arctic Enterprises in Hillsborough and Drayton at 701-636-2119 or visit plannerdoc.com. They're here to help you. Our Enbridge Energy player, or we should say wrestler of the duel. So our Enbridge Energy wrestler of the duel goes out to Mike Nelson of the Lisbon Broncos. Mike with a pin in 1:09 at 172 pounds for the Broncos. Came back after that win by Josh Meal at 160. Got the Broncos back in the win column at 172 with a dominating performance over Tate Thorpe of the Oaks Tornadoes. The senior getting it done for Lisbon. And is your Enbridge Energy wrestler of the duel. Life takes energy from Enbridge. Energy for life at Enbridge.com for your career opportunities. And runner-up for that award at 215 pounds goes to Drew Anderson, the Lisbon Broncos. Drew with a big pin for Lisbon at 215 is also your co-recipient of our Enbridge Energy wrestler of the duel with a win by foul over Max Klein at 215 pounds. That is your recap of our first semifinal between the Oaks Tornadoes and the Lisbon Broncos. You're on yourliveevent.com. We're currently at 160 pounds. This is between Cole Stock and Tanner Mengi. Mengi faced Mason Weigel earlier today. He lost by fall in probably the final 10 seconds of that match. Weigel finally taking control. Mengi giving Weigel everything he can handle down here at 160 pounds. Cole Stock for South Border, one of their returning state qualifiers and state place winners. Last year placed 7th at 160 pounds. Haven't had much blood time or injury time in these duels up to this point. So 18-0 is our duel score. And that fifth place duel about to get underway over on mat number 2. Well, they are looking to start just in a few moments on mat number 2 for fifth place duel between EK and Napoleon. So Napoleon advanced into the fifth place duel with a win over Northern Cass 42-6. EK received a bye after the redrawn brackets, so did not have a consolation duel to get into the fifth place. They lost in the opening round to the Oaks Tornadoes by a score of 42-33. That was a tightly contested duel. So up through the 107-pound weight bracket, and then Walker Miller picks up the win over Ben Wagner. And after that, Oaks takes back control and wins that duel 42-33. Now Stock, it releases Mengi, 3-1 lead for Cole Stock. His captains are out on the mat for a fifth place duel over on mat number 2. Here, Cole Stock is up 3-1. Mengi and on a double leg. They're in the third period, under minute 5 remaining. Back for the restart to the center of the mat. Here's Stock with that double-legged tap on Mengi. Mengi steps out. They go roll out of bounds for a restart back to the center of the mat. And Mengi drops down. Stock stuffs the head of Mengi, gets around behind for a 2-point takedown. He takes a 5-1 lead. Mengi goes to the head. Now he's going to get a 1-point escape. 5-2 is the score. 21 seconds remaining in the match. Mengi's going to try to go head and arm on Stock. Stock backs away. Mengi with another head and arm attempt. Now under 12 seconds remaining. Mengi drops down, snap down by Stock. Mengi goes for the headlock. Nothing doing there. Cole Stock powers through on that. That's a 5-2 win by decision. 21-0 is their dual score in the second semifinal match, or duel between the Kindred Vikings and the South Border Mustangs. Mustangs number 2 seeded dual team coming into the tournament. The Kindred advanced into the semifinals, defeating Napoleon 48-27. South Border blanked Northern Cass 40-0. So far, they're blanking the Kindred Vikings. They're up 21-0. We're up here at 172 pounds. So Jace Nitschke with a quick 2-point takedown. They're wrestling Jeremy Knight. Nitschke now switches over to Cradle, has it locked up tight. It's going to go bottom knee in the side, forehead in the temple. And scoots those hips out with the win by fall. A slap on the mat with authority for Jace Nitschke. In 24 seconds, he wins by fall over Jeremy Knight, the 8th grader. Now up to 189 pounds. Things don't get easier from Kindred in that South Border lineup. Right now, it's 27-0 lead. Here's South Border dominating the Kindred Vikings. And Lincoln Swenson drops down on Daniel Schumacher into a high crotch. The opening 10 seconds, the Swenson's underneath the Schumacher. Schumacher working around the top. And we are wrestling for 5th place between Ellen Ellerslie Calm and Napoleon Imperials. That's at 139 pounds. Dylan Andreas from EK wrestling Logan Feist. Now Andreas with a 2-point takedown. He goes up 2-0 on Feist. They're on that far edge of the mat. Feist with the stand-up, scores a 1-point escape, 2-1 lead for Dylan Andrus for EK. That's your 5th place duel. Here's Swenson and Schumacher still scoreless with 1:10 remaining. And try to recap this duel here between the Kindred and South Border. It's been all South Border. The Vikings haven't found an answer yet for this powerful lineup of the South Border Mustangs. Tristan Lepp won by foul at 133 pounds. Here working, Feist is working for a foul over on mat number 2 with the pin. So Logan Feist with the win by fall over Andrus of EK. Put 6 points on the board for EK. They take the early lead on the Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard, 6-0 in the duel. Moves them down 145 pounds over on mat number 2. The Lepp gets South Border rolling with a win by fall over Jack McDonald, 6-0. Riker Vetter follows that up at 139 for the South Border Mustangs with a 14-second pin over Riker Lakowitzer. 145, Carson Glazeman wins by decision over Fisher Johnson, 9-3. Brody Hoffman in a tough battle with Tyson Johnson wins by decision, 9-5. Cole Stock follows up with a 5-2 decision over Tanner Mengi. And then Jace Nitschke dominates Jeremy Knight with a win by fall in 25 seconds. And South Border leads in this duel 27-0. We're at 189 pounds. With Daniel Schumacher picking up the first 2 points with a takedown. He leads 2-0. In our second semifinal between South Border and Kindred. A double leg over here. And near fall coming over on mat number 2. So Greg Fuhrer on Anthony Grunike working for the fall. Fuhrer, a junior, 23-12. Grunike for Napoleon, a junior. That's a win by fall for Greg Fuhrer over Anthony Grunike of Napoleon. Oh, 18-6 is the duel score. EK up now 18-6. Going into 172 pounds. Duel started at 139 pounds. EK leads 18-6 with that win by fall. Greg Fuhrer over Anthony Grunike on mat number 2. Now Bennett Geisler for EK. Wrestling Mason Weigel for Napoleon. Up at 172. They're wrestling for 5th place over on mat number 2. Mat number 1, Lincoln Swenson and Daniel Schumacher. Schumacher now has the 4-0 lead on Lincoln Swenson. As Schumacher works over the top, has a half Nelson. Working over on the far side. He catches this near leg. Trying to break down Swenson. Swenson, he holds his base now. Power half attempt by Schumacher on the far side. Going to try to drive it over and roll over Swenson. Swenson clears the leg as time expires. Going into the 3rd period, it's a 4-0 lead for Daniel Schumacher. Going into the 3rd here with Lincoln Swenson. So 1 point for Swenson. As time expires, they give 1 point. As Swenson cleared the leg of Schumacher, so as time expired, Swenson clears the leg. They get a 1 point loss of control. 4-1 is the score. We're going neutral to start the 3rd period. So now going to 189. Yeah, Ivan Cruz steps on the mat for EK on mat number 2. Yeah, Swenson, it tightens this one up now, a 4-3 lead for Daniel Schumacher. Lincoln Swenson in control on top in the 3rd period. He's going to step over here, have Schumacher in a little bit of trouble, no near fall. So Schumacher able to roll through here. So now catches Swenson. Swenson rolls through out of bounds. They're trading leg pass. Swenson almost drew a couple near fall on Schumacher. Schumacher able to roll through. 4-3 is the score on mat number 1, 27-0 on their Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. That's the dual lead for South Border. And Kindred still not able to find an answer for the South Border lineup. Here's Drew Thorpe now out at 215 wrestling. Gage McDowell. Thorpe with the 2-point takedown on McDowell. This is on mat number 2, 215 pounds. Wago with the win by fall. There were 24-12 in that duel on mat number 2. They're down to 27 seconds remaining. Here was Swenson and Schumacher. And Schumacher trying to gut this one out. He's in the bottom position being worked over. Now Swenson lets Schumacher go up to his feet. So it's 5-3. So Schumacher with a 5-3 lead with that 1 point for the escape. As the towel tapper runs out there, Schumacher blocking on Swenson. Swenson passes the elbow, drops down. He'll run out of time as time expires. Daniel Schumacher wins by decision, 5-3 over Lincoln Swenson. So that is a 30-0 dual lead for the South Border Mustangs. And Drew Thorpe wins by a fall. Now we're up at 285. Seth Irie and Andre Dahl. Another clash of the Titans over on mat number 2. Irie and Dahl making big strides this year. Dahl, a freshman, 18-15 record. Seth Irie, a freshman, 11-13, both coming on at the end of the year. Now 42-0 lead in this duel. Going down to 107 pounds at open weight classes. Get you back up on what's transpired with those open weight classes. After that win by decision at 189 for Daniel Schumacher. Schumacher wins by decision 5-3. Cole Nitschke at 215 and Shane Nitschke at 285 both receive forfeits from Kindred. Now we're out here at 107 pounds with Gavin Rude and Ryland Vetter. It's on mat number 1. Rude working underneath on Vetter, has Vetter down on his hip. And just as they roll out of bounce, Vetter picks up a 2-point takedown. Ryland Vetter with the 2-point takedown on Gavin Rude. They were scoreless going into the second period on mat number 2 with Seth Irie and Andre Dahl. Dahl in the bottom position on the restart. Dahl with a nice hip heist round, gets on top of Seth Irie, working for the fall for Napoleon Imperials. Andre Dahl has caught the head and arm. Wrestling up over the top. Irie trying to get back belly down. Now Dahl trying to catch the head and reel back in Seth Irie. He does catch it north-south over the top, just working to readjust. Keep that pressure on Irie. Now Irie gets belly down, so good bridge and roll through by Seth Irie. Gets back up to his feet. That's 5-1 score. They're in the second period on mat number 2. Here's Ryland Vetter. And now Gavin Rude able to pass that arm and wrist, but Vetter with the leg ride on. Breaks down Gavin Rude. And sticks in that half Nelson on the near side. Doing a good job using that head, keeping Rude's pushed down into the mat. And time expires. He takes a 2-0 lead. So Vetter with a 2-0 lead. Gavin Rude chooses neutral to start the second period. Right away off the whistle. Little single leg shot. Vetter steps back on mat number 1. Oh, Andre Dahl on mat number 2 has a 7-1 lead. He's in the top position on the restart. All under 20 seconds remaining in that second period. Now 5 seconds remaining, 7-2 lead for Dahl. A 1-point escape for Seth Irie. They're going into the third period. Irie going back in the bottom position. He's had 2 escapes from there. Or Gavin Rude, Ryland Vetter. Vetter working underneath, trying to score this takedown. Rude able to pinch the head of Vetter. He gets back up to, pops back up to his hip. Now Vetter working to pass that leg. We get a stalemate back for a restart. 2-0 lead. Sorry. 2-0. Ryland Vetter up over Gavin Rude. A green one. Warren for stalling as he shoots in here. Now Vetter trying to come out the back door on Rude. Has Rude down on a hips, going to turn the corner. Down to 27 seconds remaining in the second period. Rude pops those hips back up. Vetter pulls back around for a 2-point takedown. He takes a 4-0 lead. 42-0 is the duel score. The South Border cruising along in this duel. Have had some contested matches. But Kindred not able to put together a win. They're up through 107 pounds. And back now for the third period on mat number 1. Ryland Vetter with the 4-0 lead. Hits the sit out. Rude working the arm lever. Now going to try to hit this Peterson roll on Rude. Caught that arm. He's in deep. Rude catches the leg on Vetter. Irie with the headlock on mat number 2. Dahl slips through, 7-3 lead. Now 9-3 for Andre Dahl over Seth Riley. Final 20 seconds tick away on mat number 2. Here's Vetter. Vetter and Rude now with a reversal. Ryland Vetter's up 6-0. So Vetter takes a 6-0 lead. Vetter's going to walk this around on Rude, working for the fall. He attacks the arm with that arm bar on the far side. Now jumps back across, going to pick up a couple near fall. Takes an 8-0 lead. As working on a major decision for Ryland Vetter over Gavin Rude. A dual score 36-15 on mat number 2 on your Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. So they're at 114 pounds. And Vetter at the end of the period. Time expires, picks up near fall. Throws over Rude. 46-0 is the duel scored. The South Border over Kindred. Here Feist working for the fall against Nolan Galbraith from Ellen Dudley Combe. They're down 36-15 in the duel. Wrestling for 5th place. That duel started at 139, still a couple weight classes to go. 21, 27, and 33. Here Hayden Weezer, Jared Schilling. Schilling picks up a 2-point takedown on Weezer. On mat number 1. And Feist with the win by fall, 36-21, still 18 points out on the mat. On mat number 2. Another open weight. So now up to 127 pounds on mat number 2. Schilling and Weezer, 7-1 lead for Jared Schilling. And Jager Sand, Brooks Grunfelder going at it. Grunfelder is a 7th grader, Jager Sand an 8th grader. Wrestling at 127 pounds. The opening 15 seconds, Sand with the double underhooks trying to jack up. Grunfelder going double overs, trying to counter, squeeze those elbows together. And Grunfelder now a little toss out of bounds, slips through it. No change of position, so they go back for a restart on mat number 2. Mat number 1. Schilling and Weezer at the end of the first period. Jared Schilling takes a 7-1 lead going into the second. The South Border up 46-0 in the duel. So it looks like Oaks will wrestle Kindred for 3rd place. So Oaks and Kindred will battle for 3rd. Here's Sand working on Brooks Grunfelder, the final minute of the first period. Grunfelder rolls through. Sand picks up 3 near fall. Now here's Weezer, drops down on a single leg. Schilling follows that up, reshoots. They're working on Weezer. Weezer, little hip wizard, not able to roll over Schilling. Schilling steps around, 2-point takedown. He has a 10-1 lead. So Schilling is up 10-1. It's on mat number 1, semifinal number 2 of the day. South Border well in command, up 46-0. Hooks up a half Nelson. They're running this over the top of Weezer. Caught the far wrist, has him on his hip. Here Jared Schilling working for the fall at 114 pounds. Duel started at 133. And Jared Schilling wins by fall over Hayden Weezer. 52-0 is your duel score. Domination continues by South Border over the Kindred Vikings. Now going to 121 pounds. Lincoln Swenson rolls out for the Kindred Vikings. And Carter Glazeman for the South Border Mustangs. Here's Sand has a 7-0 lead on mat number 2 over Brooks Grunfelder. They're in the second period, minute 25 remaining. That dual score on the Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard, 42-21. Here's Swenson with the 2-point takedown on Carter Glazeman. Noak Swenson, excuse me. And 2-point reversal now for Glazeman. So we're tied up at 2 apiece. And wrestlers out of bounds on mat number 2. Back for a restart with 58 seconds remaining in the second period. And that's between Brooks Grunfelder, Jager Sand. Sand maintains that 7-0 lead. And now Carter Glazeman getting high at Noak Swenson. And it feels that trying to shake off Glazeman. Glazeman able to crack down Swenson back with that double leg ride up over the hips. And working a power half, going to trying to drag over Swenson. Has that thing buried in deep, going to change it up now, readjust here for Carter Glazeman over Noak Swenson. Going to roll this over. So Swenson in some trouble there. He had the early 2-0 lead on Glazeman. Glazeman now working for the fall, scoops the head, cross the chin, and try to stretch out that far arm. Down to 15 seconds for the Southport Mustangs, trying to keep that dual score at the goose egg. Now Swenson rolls through on Glazeman at the end of the period. 2 seconds remaining. So we have near fall. 3 near fall after all that for Glazeman. 2 reversal for Swenson. The start of the second period, it's 5-4 lead for Carter Glazeman. Glazeman, the freshman, 6-15 record. Noak Swenson, a freshman, 16-12. He catches, Glazeman catches Swenson and working for more near fall. Now Swenson back, belly down, rolls out of bounds. Here, Jager Sand now up 9-0, working a pinning combination over on mat number 2. Minute 26 remaining with the fall for the Ellendale Edgley Calm Thunder. Jager Sand over Brooks Grunfelder. Dual score 48-21. That's for 5th place. So 48-21 dual score, and wrestling 133 pounds over on mat number 2. There's Swenson, and Glazeman is scrambling it out. Now Swenson turns back around, gets a 2-point reversal. Score back, 1-point lead for Carter Glazeman, 7-6 lead. 1 point over Noak Swenson. Swenson with the reversal, down to minute 5 remaining in the second period on mat number 1. Mat number 2, Ethan Tazarek wrestling Bryce Schneider for Napoleon. Tazarek, the 8th grader, 3-11 record. Bryce Schneider, freshman, 19-22. And here's Swenson. He catches Glazeman, has him on his hips, going to pick up near fall, steps back around Glazeman. Shoulders flattened out in the pin for Swenson. But Noak Swenson finally finds the answer for the Kindred Vikings with the win by fall. Swenson over Glazeman. Now going out 127 pounds, Brock Johnson steps on the mat for the Kindred Vikings. Tazarek and Schneider are still scoreless. Now 2 points for Schneider on mat number 2. Johnson wrestling Brody Michelson. So that dual score 52-6 here at 127 pounds. We started at 133. Our fifth place duel, we're at 133. That duel started at 139 pounds. 48-21 is the score. Wrestling for fifth place on mat number 2 on some pride. And here's Illinois Coleman, Napoleon Imperials. Schneider drops down in a single leg, now locks up an inside cradle. Steps back around, picks up his 2 points. He has a 4-0 lead on mat number 2. Mat number 1, Brock Johnson, Brody Michelson. They're still scoreless. Johnson catches Michelson in the head and arms, going to roll him over here. It's cow catcher. Has that 2 points. Stretches out that farm, now hops over the top. Trying to put this one away at 127 pounds for the Kindred Vikings. Then win by fall is Brock Johnson over Brody Michelson. At 127 pounds, dual score 52-12. That's your final for South Border. 52-12. Brock Johnson wins by fall over Brody Michelson. Closes out that duel on mat number 1. So your championship duel, Lisbon Broncos versus the South Border Mustangs. Lisbon advances 43-25 in the semifinals over the Oaks Tornadoes. South Border 52-12 over the Kindred Vikings. We are wrestling for fifth place. So your third place duel, Oaks Tornadoes versus the Kindred Vikings. And we're almost here to the conclusion of our fifth place duel. It's 48-21 lead for Ellendale Edgeley Coleman. They're on their last match.
Okay, on mat number 1,
So we
we'll
will.
have South Border and Lisbon for the championship. That'll be on mat number 1, and they will start at 139 pounds in about 10 minutes.
So we'll roll right into our championship duel on mat number 1. So going into our third period. On mat number 2, that's 4-0 lead for Schneider. Schneider up 4-0. Over Ethan Tazarek from Ellendale Edgeley Coleman. That's a 4-0 lead. So go back and recap this duel, semifinal duel between the Kindred Vikings and the South Border Mustangs. That was your second semifinal on the day. The South Border Mustangs dominated the Kindred Vikings. Kindred dominated that duel all the way starting at 133 pounds up through 114. They took the first 11 matches. Started out at 133 pounds. Tristan Lepp wins by fall over Jack McDonald in 1 minute. Riker Vetter at 139 wins in a 14-second pin over Riker Lakowitzer. And Carson Glazeman wins by decision over Fisher Johnson 9-3. Brody Hoffman over Tyson Johnson to Kindred 9-5. Cole Stock over Tanner Mengi at 160 pounds by decision 5-2. 172 Jace Nitschke wins by fall in 25 seconds over Jeremy Knight. Still all South Border up through 189 with Daniel Schumacher over Lincoln Swenson by decision 5-3. Colton Nitschke and Shane Nitschke pick up forfeits at 215 and 285. And Rylan Vetter wins by major decision 10-0 at 107 pounds over Gavin Rude. Jared Schilling wins by fall in 319 over Hayden Weiser. Finally at 121 pounds, Noak Swenson picks up a win by fall over Carter Glazeman. Kindred finally with the answer and pick up another win at 127 pounds with Brock Johnson over Brody Michelson. Winner by fall in a minute 40. So that is your final duel score. in your second semifinal. 52-12. That concludes our match. It's a 5-0 lead, 5-0 win for Bryce Schneider on mat number 2. As the Ellendale Jacome Thunder take 5th place. So they are your 5th place winners at the North Dakota Class B East Region, Southeast Subregion Dual Tournament here on yourliveevent.com. We'll go back, recap that duel quick, then we'll take a quick break, step away with our 5th place duel. That duel started at 139 pounds with Logan Feist over Dylan Andrus by fall in a minute 40. 145. EEK picks up 3 wins in a row starting at 145. Ethan McBride and Max Cherlin received forfeits from Napoleon Greg Fearer with the win by fall in 24 seconds over Anthony Grunak at 160. Mason Wagle finds the answer back for Napoleon Imperials with a pin over Bennett Geisler in 112 of the first period. Ivan Kruth for EEK wins by fall, picks up a forfeit at 189. Drew Thorpe wins by fall over Gage McDowell at 215 and 124. 285 pounds, Andre Dahl with the win by fall over Seth Irie, with the win by decision over Seth Irie, 9-3. 107 pounds, Walker Miller. So Walker Miller received a forfeit at 107. Dalton Feist wins by fall over Nolan Galbraith. 121 pounds, Regan Sand receives a forfeit. 127, Jager Sand over Brooks Grunfelder by fall. 435 and 133. Napoleon closes out with a win by decision, 5-0 over Ethan Tezerick. Your final duel score 48-24. In that 5th place duel, EEK over Napoleon. So that's your 48-24 win and 5th place team, the Ellendale Jacome Thunder over the Napoleon Imperials. So we will step away here on yourliveevent.com. We'll come back for a championship duel in 3rd place duel. Championship duel, Lisbon and South Border. In 3rd place, the Oaks Tornadoes and the Kindred Vikings on yourliveevent.com.
For the past 22 years. During that time, he has led his team to 4
Students from academics, arts, athletic, and co-curricular activities throughout the school year. You can find more information or become a Northern Cast Booster Club member today by scanning the QR code on screen now, or follow the Northern Cast Booster Club on Facebook for updates throughout the year. The Northern Cast Booster Club wishes the best to Coach Angie Johnson, her staff, and the Jaguar volleyball team. Your home for the Division A, Region 1, and Region 2 girls basketball tournaments is yourliveevent.com.
Flutters the pass over to Cotton. High arching rainbow tickles a twine.
From the Shield Center in Fargo to the Louis Lee Fieldhouse in Mayville, we'll have you covered for all the action.
Bag of tricks up to 7 points and another steal for Hurst. Baseball pass to Sage. It's in!
Quarterfinals start Monday, February 19th for the Division A, Region 1, and Region 2 girls basketball tournaments on yourliveevent.com.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Winter, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
Riverside Building Center in Lisbon, North Dakota is Southeastern North Dakota's premier building supply headquarters. They have it all from the basic home improvements to complete pre-built homes. Their staff is knowledgeable in every product they sell and have over 110 combined years of experience. With their large inventory to sell from and a fleet of 6 delivery vehicles, Riverside Building Center in Lisbon can bring the products to your job site. From a hammer all the way to a home, they have you covered. Visit rbclisbon.com today. Riverside Building Center in Lisbon.
The Hillsboro Vets Club thanks you for your support of their activities and events. Stop in and to check out their new menu. Enjoy the Vets Club appetizers every Wednesday from 5 till 7. And as I've said many times, they have the best roasted chicken around. Enjoy roasted chicken every Saturday from 5:30 till 7:30. Get there early because sometimes it's gone early because it is the best roasted chicken. Fries and coleslaw also available with this meal every Saturday. Dine in or take out. The Hillsboro Vets Club.
This is your livelihood, and success requires a seed partner that's just as committed as you are. Just like you, we're farmers first, so our values are rooted just as deep and our goals are just as strong. Our team is ready to hit your fields, so no matter what each growing season brings, we'll get through it together. It's who we are. Thunderseed. First in the field.
Hey, welcome back. YourLiveEvent.com. Your sports announcer guy, Brent Dick, with your coverage of the North Dakota Class B East Region Southeast Subregion Duel Tournament. We're live from Lisbon, North Dakota. So we will have our region Southeast Subregion Championship Duel coverage. Lisbon Broncos versus the South Border Mustangs here on your Irie Insurance pregame. For all your insurance needs, go to IrieInsurance.com to get a free quote. That's your Irie Insurance pregame. Our championship duel features Lisbon Broncos taking on South Border Mustangs. Lisbon advanced into the championship match, or championship duel, by a win over Oaks Tornadoes, 43-25. And your South Border Mustangs, they won in the first round, 40-0 over Northern Cass. Then defeated the Kindred Vikings in dominant fashion, 52-12, advancing into the championship duel. Our third place duel features the Oaks Tornadoes versus the Kindred Vikings. So Oaks won their first duel against EEK 42-33, and Kindred over Napoleon in the first round, 48-27. Both of them dropping that semifinal duel. They wrestle for third place, and setting up a possible challenge. Just depends on the outcome of this duel and who wins on either side of that first and third place duel. If the second place team and the third place team have not met up in the tournament, third place team can challenge the second place team for that second spot in the North Dakota State Class B dual tournament. Lisbon and South Border, they did meet after the holiday break, and Lisbon defeated South Border by a score of 42-26. That duel started at 107 pounds. And Ian Anderson for the Broncos got things rolling over Ryland Vetter with that 2-1 decision. And after that, Lisbon put together 5 consecutive pins. I don't know if anybody saw that one coming, but Lisbon, with 5 consecutive pins in that duel, kind of shut down the momentum of South Border. South Border just not able to gain any momentum in that duel. And that final outcome was Lisbon up 42-6 in the regular season. That's Lisbon's earning the #1 seed. We will start our championship duel at 139 pounds, so we're starting it a little bit different. Not at 107. The Broncos with Greenlee going out at 139, or at least in the lineup, facing Riker Vetter. That match ended up in a win by fall with Greenlee over Vetter. And Greenlee taking a lot of time off after the Christmas holiday, trying to get healthy and make a run at the state tournament. Back in action now here at the duels. So you've just seen his first action since the holiday break. He wrestled that first day of the Central Cass tournament. And don't think he's wrestled any after that. You're looking at the Lisbon Broncos from last year. They finished in second place in the individual side. state champions in the duel tournament. They scored 164 points at the state tournament. Graduated 4 seniors off that squad. And Gabe Lyons, Grack Lyons, 5-time state champion Bowden Greenlee, and Carter Wallner. They bring back 7 returning state qualifiers, 4 state place winners. That match is underway. Mat number 2 here with Case Allender and Jack McDonald. And Case Allender working a quick inside cradle, working for the fall, trying to put Oaks up in the match here at 139 pounds. So we are underway. Action is underway on mat number 2 with the win by fall for Case Allender over Jack McDonald. The South Border last year at the state tournament, 3rd place in both the duels and individuals, finished with 152 points. They bring back a lot of power with 12 returning state qualifiers. And Vetter with a quick 2-point takedown on Greenlee. So this championship duel starting at 145. Oaks takes the early lead. They're up 6-0. So mat number 1, championship duel. That's between the Oaks Tornadoes, Lisbon Broncos. Riker Vetter with a quick 2-0 lead. That regular season duel, it was Greenlee over Vetter by fall. Off the whistle, a little sit-out attempt by Greenlee. Vetter is going to go back over the top here. Greenlee catches Vetter on his hip. Now Vetter scrambles up. Greenlee just a little bit slow to react. And Greenlee trying to go arm around the waist, catch a reversal. And now Fisher Johnson and Rylan Wall. Johnson takes a 2-0 lead on mat number 2. Here's Greenlee, mat return on Vetter, takes him down. We're tied up at 2 apiece. Track wrestling still hasn't caught up on that championship duel. But that is Griffin Greenlee out there wrestling Riker Vetter. Now Greenlee is going to take Vetter out. He's going to give him one. We'll see. No change of position as they go off the edge of the mat over in that south border corner. We're tied up at 2 apiece here in the first period. 42 seconds remaining in the first on mat number 1. Oaks with a 6-point lead in the duel for 3rd place. They lead Kindred 6-0. Case Allender with the win by fall at 139. Now Vetter with the stand-up on Greenlee. Nice little switch. Greenlee's going to roll through on Vetter. Greenlee catches Vetter, has the arm trap. Going to stretch out the arm of Vetter, trying to hit some near fall. 25 seconds remaining. Vetter able to hold off Greenlee. Greenlee working up over the top, trying to force over Riker Vetter. Still 10 seconds remaining. Greenlee still working now. Gets those shoulders exposed. Greenlee, now Vetter rolls over the top. Trying to reverse it at the end of the period. No near fall, no change of position. We're tied up at 2 apiece. Here for a championship duel. Johnson and Rylan Wald, 4-1 lead for Fisher Johnson over Rylan Wald. We're tied up at 2 on mat number 1 between Greenlee and Riker Vetter. Greenlee with the double leg shot. Not sure what Greenlee was trying to do there, but Vetter catches Greenlee, puts him over the back, and a win by fall. Here for Riker Vetter over Griffin Greenlee. So South Border with the pin to open up at 139 pounds. Here's Ryan Eng, 145, going out for the Broncos. A little snap down here for Gleesman here, and Ryan Eng at 145. So Eng and Gleesman going at it. Gleesman here, the single leg shot on Eng. Eng working the edge of the mat. Gleesman going to go down to the ankle, not able to get it. Going to try to pull Eng on. Eng still working the edge. Going to drop down. Glaseman with the trip. Eng with the scramble out of bounds. Eng's going to try to work her takedown on the edge. They roll out. No change of position. He'll win by fall. Over on mat number 2. So now that's a duel is tied up at 6 apiece for third place. Going into 152 pounds. We're at 145 on mat number 1. A 6-0 lead for South Border. They're better with the win by fall. And at the edge of the mat here, Glaseman with a 2-point takedown on Eng. Goes Zaid Higher wrestling Tyson Johnson. Johnson has Higher cradled up. And working for the falls, Tyson Johnson on mat number 2. It's wrestling for third place in the win by fall, Tyson Johnson over Zaid Higher. Here's Eng and Glaseman. Hanging on the leg, trying to hit this reversal. The final 5 seconds, they're on the edge of the mat. Glaseman up over the top on Ryan Eng. Eng craps him down, going to get over the top here as time expires. The edge of the mat, no points. So 1 point, loss of control. So we do have loss of control. 2-1 lead for Glaseman on Ryan Eng. Eng starts, he's going to choose bottom position. Start of the second period. A minute 38 remaining in that second period. 2-1 lead for Carson Glaseman over Ryan Eng. Eng started the second period bottom position. Right now, not much activity by either wrestler, just working a little hand fighting. Glaseman goes over the top, hits the crossface on Eng, has the back ankle spiked on Eng. Eng hits a sit out, now goes in as he passes that wrist on Glaseman. They're tied up at 2 apiece. Eng with the escape. Here, Josh Meal, Tanner Mengi going out at 160. The 12-6 lead for Kindred on your Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard, 12-6. Meal trying to tie this up. Wrestling Tanner Mengi. Mengi returning a couple state place winner, returning state place winners, hanging on a single leg. Has that head tucked to the inside. Now is going to go up. Still trying to, now cracks down Glaseman, has Glaseman on his back temporarily. Glaseman able to catch the leg here on Eng. Eng gets a little bit high on Glaseman. Glaseman reverses it now. Eng goes front head cradle. So Eng's trying to get that leg back, cracking down on Glaseman with that head cradle. Going to stretch him out. So Eng's going to pick up the 2-point takedown here for Ryan Eng with their head cradle locked up here. 10 seconds remaining. He has a 4-2 lead on Glaseman. Eng's just going to hold on to this. 4 seconds remaining in the second period here for Ryan Eng. The wrestler is off the edge of the mat. Time expires. 4-2 lead for Ryan Eng over Carson Glaseman going into the third. Glaseman has choice. He picks bottom position. Josh Meal, Tanner Mengi, they're going scoreless into the second. That's third place duel. Off the whistle, Eng throws in the leg on Glaseman. Potentially dangerous. So 4-2 lead. So on the start, nice stand up. Eng throws in the leg. He's going to have to watch get called for stalling. It's the second time he's done that here. Eng has the arm. Going to crawl over the top, so he's called for stalling. Eng is going to force down Glazeman. Now takes him down to the mat, still working this. Potentially dangerous called. Eng warned for stalling, so he has to watch it here. Glazeman stands up again. He has to take him down to the mat. Glazeman with the switch. Eng's going to go underneath. Now he's going to pick up Glazeman. Glazeman's going to hop back around on top of Eng. He's going to the ankle. So Glazeman working the angle, and Ryan Eng down to minute 14 remaining. 4-2 lead. Here for Eng. Eng just kind of stuck on the bottom. We're going to get a stalemate. No change of position. Down to minute 7 remaining. And Meal, big hip toss, and Mengi out of bounds. We get a restart back to the center of the mat on mat number 2. Glazeman stands up. Eng has to cut loose Glazeman. So now it's 4-3. Eng with the lead. He does have a stall warning on him. Down under a minute remaining. So Eng has to stay active. Can't back off the mat here. And Glazeman can push the action. Eng's going to stand middle of the mat. Down to 43 seconds remaining. So here's Eng and Glazeman. Down to 35. Little snap down by Glazeman. Eng's holding at the center of the mat. He has to keep those feet moving. Down to 30 seconds remaining. Here's Eng. Glazeman. Glazeman takes a shot, and Eng steps away. Snaps down on Glazeman. Glazeman going in. Driving back on Eng. Eng circles him back in. Down to 17 seconds remaining. Eng's going to try to stay in bounce here. Down to 13. Glazeman trying to get out of bounce for the restart. Down to 10 seconds. Eng has double underhooks. 7 seconds down to 6. And another stall, so that's going to tie it up as Glazeman drags him out of bounds. So Glazeman gets out of bounds. 4 seconds remaining on the restart. So 4 seconds remaining. Here Eng steps back. That's going to do it there. Final 2 seconds. Eng goes under. He wins by decision 4-3. 6-3 duel score. Well, the Broncos needed to stop that after that big pin by Riker Vetter over Griffin Greenlee. There's Blaze Ranke and Brody Hoffman going out at 1:52. So a little bit different feel to the duel now. A 6-3 lead for the South Border Mustangs. Hoffman in on Ranke. Nice quick single leg. Ranke rolls over. Hoffman gets on top, working for the fouls. Blaze Ranke. Ranke catches the leg. Hoffman's going to try to straighten out this arm. Gets it stretched out, going to the Saturday Night Ride on top of Hoffman. Working for the pin. Here's Blaze Ranke at 1:52. Ranke switches it up here. Now gets a half Nelson. Hoffman able to get back belly down. A 5-0 lead for Ranke. That's at 152 pounds on mat number 1. Mat number 2, Mule and Mengi. That's a 2-1 lead. Now we have a 41 seconds remaining in the third period. 12-6 lead. That's in the duel. So here's Ranke and Hoffman. Ranke in control now after things settle down to 38 seconds remaining in that first period. And Ranke has a chicken wing hooked up on Hoffman. Hoffman able to get back belly down. Ranke still now working on the near side with the half Nelson. Here's Meal on Mengi with a big double leg blast. Mengi rolls through down to 20 seconds remaining. Hits a body lock. Mengi's going to try to whizzer out of this. Meal falls on top. He's up 3-2, a final 10 seconds. They roll out of bounds. 9 seconds remaining. Mengi's going to try to send this into overtime. They're in the third period. 9 seconds remaining. Have a stall warning on green. Mengi flees out of bounds, trying to get that restart. Meal locks up on top here. Menge's going to go for the head. Meal sticks in the double leg ride. That's going to, time expires, 1 second remaining. As time expired, so officials will go over and they'll talk about it. Just as time expired, Tanner Menge catches the head. And that's a win by decision, 3-2 for Josh Meal. 12-9 duel score in favor of the Kindred Vikings. Yankees up 6-0 with Hoffman on mat number 1. Reinke in on a double leg, takes Hoffman down to the mat. He's up 8-0. Reinke in that regular season duel pinned Hoffman in 4:39, working an 8-1 lead right now on mat number 1. The duel score 6-3 in favor of the South Border Mustangs. Kindred's up 12-9 on Oaks. Now Reinke working another takedown, has Hoffman going over, and just as time expires, they got potentially dangerous. So potentially dangerous called. 10-1 is the score. Hoffman will start in the bottom position. Now 41 seconds remaining in the second period. So Hoffman now 10-2. Reinke's up by 8. Wrestling Brody Hoffman, Tate Thorpe, Jeremy Knight. And Thorpe has a cradle locked up on Knight, working for the fall on mat number 1. The 3-point near fall. Knight, little sit out, rolls back around. Thorpe in on another single leg. A scramble as wrestlers go at about 12-2 lead here for Reinke. Down to 19 seconds remaining in that second period. And Thorpe with the cradle locked up on the edge of the mat, trying to drag it back. Knight back in, picking up his near fall. Knight trying to bridge out of it, win by fall for Tate Thorpe. Oaks takes the lead, 15-12. So 12-2 is our score. Hoffman in the bottom position. Here's Blaze Reinke. Reinke lets Hoffman up. Now Reinke's up 12-3. Hoffman shoots on Reinke. They're working for a fall. Some near fall. Carter Potasic, Lincoln Swenson. Swenson with the takedown, 2 near fall on mat number 2. They're wrestling for third place. Oaks leads 15-12. So here's Reinke and Hoffman. Reinke working from his feet. It's 12-3. Reinke's up by 9. Goes into Hoffman. Hoffman backing around. Now circles back towards the center. Miss Swenson now with 3 more near fall goes up 7-0 over Carter Potasic. And Hoffman with a nice double. Reinke's big sprawl down to under a minute remaining in the third period. So under now 47 seconds. A little arm drag down to a double on the edge of the mat here with Hoffman. They go out of bounds. Back for a restart. 12-3 here with Reinke and Hoffman. A slide by attempt by Hoffman. Now Reinke gonna work inside. Swenson working for the fall over on mat number 2. Win by fall. Kindred takes the lead back. Another 2-point takedown for Blaze Reinke. He's up 14-3. Has the leg split of Hoffman down under 15 seconds remaining here for Reinke. Reinke now has 10 seconds. And that'll do it for the match. 14-3 win for Blaze Reinke over Brody Hoffman. It's a win by major decision. 4 points Broncos with the 1 point lead in the duel. Up 7-6. Going up to 160 pounds here with Cole Stock and Eli Lyons. Cole Stock, last time around, major decision over Eli Lyons, 10-2. Lyons got back at Stock at the CenterCast Letterman's tournament. So 1-1 for the series. And Max Klein, Rodney Wolf out at 285 pounds. 21-18 score. Oaks is up over Kindred in the duel at 285. Here, Wolf with the 2 point takedown over Klein. Goes to work right away on a half Nelson on mat number 2. There's Lyons and Stock. On mat number 1, Broncos with a 7-6 lead. South Border picks up the win by fall at 139 pounds. And here's Lyons. Lyons snapping on, has double overs on Stock. Stock steps out of bounds, back for a restart with 1:05 remaining in the first period. And Rodney Wolf with the half Nelson on Max Klein. Klein gets back belly down. Wolf has a 2-0 lead, goes back to the power half. Here's Lyons working inside on Cole Stock. Stock and backing out now. Lyons goes back, double overs on Stock. Stock with the unders. Lyons steps in, drops down to a low double. Trying to turn the corner with 24 seconds remaining. Lyons with the arm around the waist, picks up the 2 point takedown. He goes up 2-0. Eli Lyons up 2-0 on Cole Stock. Lyons grabs the arm, goes chicken wing. Stock's going to roll him over with the sit out on the mat return. And Lyons returns Stock back down, belly down on the mat. Time expires at the end. That's a 1 point escape. As time expires, we'll see. The old Bucking Bronco got Lyons high at the end. So that was at the end of the period. They bring the towel tapper over. The towel tapper makes the decision. We got a 1 point escape, 2-1 lead, or 2-1 lead for Eli Lyons. He chooses bottom position. I don't know if I've ever seen the towel tapper brought into the decision for a point of the match, but first time for everything. Oh, Eli Lyons starts bottom position. He's up 2-1 on Cole Stock. Pin for Rodney Wolf. Kindred takes back the lead, 24-21 on Oaks. They're going back to 106 pounds. Ben Wagner steps on the mat. Now Lyons trying to work a reversal on Stock here on the edge of the mat. Stock taking Lyons out of bounds. Throws in a half Nelson on the near side. Lyons is going to try to roll through. With Stock, they go out of bounds just as Lyons turns the corner. Down to minute 25 remaining, minute 27 remaining on the restart. So Lyons with the 1 point escape. It's a 3-1 lead for Eli Lyons. Cole Stock, winner by major decision, regular season duel. Well, not by a score of 10-2. As Lyons' first match up at 160 pounds. Had a great start to the season at 152 for the Broncos. Here's Wagner. Wagner with a 2 point takedown on Bristol Swanson. Now working for a fall for the Oaks Tornadoes. Here's Wagner going to try to stretch this out, picking up near fall. That's on mat number 2. And here's Stock. Stock trying to get around, now locks the leg. 3-2 lead. Lyons are going to try to hip over on Stock. Lyons working reversal, catches Stock. Lyons with the scramble with Cole Stock. out of bounds in 2 reversal as they go out of bounds for Eli Lions and the Lisbon Broncos. So 5-3 off the whistle. Lions with the lead by 2, goes to the work. Stock with the sit out. Lions working in the Cole Stock 5-3 lead. Stock will have choice to start the third. This is where Lions got high the last time on the edge of the mat. Stock picked up that 1-point escape. And work a switch on Lions. Lions gets back over the top. Time expires. Lions takes a 5-3 lead here with Cole Stock. 5-3. And Ben Wagner's up 2-0. I guess he didn't pick up those near fall. So it looked like they had a couple counts there in Bristol Swanson. Now Wagner working up over the top. Lions goes to the work on the near arm on mat number 1 on Cole Stock. Working a hammerlock. As Stock broke belly down. Going to go armbar. Stock able to stand up on the edge of the mat. Lions big mat return. Takes Cole Stock down to the mat. Here for Eli Lions. 5-3 lead for Lions. Down to minute 28 remaining. Cole Stock, Eli Lions battling out. 5-3 lead for Lions. Third period, minute 28. Here Wagner now turns the corner. Picks up 2-point takedown. He goes up 4-0 on mat number 2. A caution on red. Lions Warren with the caution in the third period. Broncos with a 7-6 lead in the Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. Stock, nice stand-up. Lions steps into Stock for the mat return. Lions gets back around Stock trying to work a switch. Lions goes inside cradle, has it locked up just as they roll out of bounds. Minute 15. Cole Stock trying to press the pace here on Eli Lions. Tie this thing up. It's 5-3 lead for Lions. Minute 15 remaining. The South Border took the weekend off last weekend, not down in Aberdeen, not out the East-West Wrestling Tournament. Lions drops down. Stock cartwheels out, picks up a 1-point escape. Now 5-4 lead here for Eli Lions with Cole Stock under a minute remaining. Wagner up 8-2 on mat number 2. 24-21 lead for the Kindred Vikings. The Vikings and the Tornadoes keeping an eyeball over here on mat number 1. Now Lions here to under 35 seconds. 5-4 is the score. Lions with the lead. Stock, double leg blast here on Lions. Lions steps away, circles back here with Cole Stock down to 27 seconds. Here's Wagner. Now Swanson. Swanson picks up a 2-point reversal. 8-4 score. They're in the second period. Lions and Stock roll out of bounds. Down to 20 seconds remaining. Here with Cole Stock and Eli Lions. A lot of rumble here inside the Lisbon High School Gymnasium. Both matches, both duels are tightly contested. 24-21 with Kindred. Stock in on a double leg on Lions. He's going to try to return Lions. They go out of bounds. Lions with the big toss. Takes Stock down to the mat. He's working near fall. Gets down there and almost a pin by Eli Lions. Time expires. Lions with the big hip toss. Had Stock flat on his back. The official didn't get down there. Everybody's surprised. Time expires. Lions wins 10-4 over Cole Stock. The stick of dynamite, cake of black powder went off inside the Lisbon High School Gymnasium as Lions whips down Cole Stock for the win, 10-4. Holy cow, what just happened? The Broncos pick up 3 more points, 10-6. Have Jay Schnitschke wrestling Mike Nelson. At 172 pounds. Nelson and Nitschke went at it the last time around. Nelson wins by decision 3-2, so another tightly contested match could go either way in the duel. Now down 24-21. The Oaks Tornadoes down by 3. Wagner up by 9, 14-5. So Wagner's up 14-5. For Oaks. That score holds. Oaks will grab a 1-point lead. They will lead 25-24 with a major decision on the board. A stall by Swanson. Or Wagner. The leg ride breaks down Swanson. Nelson, nice double leg blast into Nitschke. He's going to return him. Nelson returns Nitschke down. Still working. Nitschke with the whizzer. Trying to get back up. Nelson finishes the takedown. He's up 2-0 with 20 seconds remaining. And Nitschke working underneath, hand control on Nelson, down to 13 seconds remaining in the first period. So now Jaron Nelson, Gavin Rude going out. Oaks with the 1-point lead, up 25-24 after that major decision win by Ben Wagner at 107 pounds. And here's a 1-point escape at the beginning of the second period. 2-1 lead. Well, 2-1 for Mike Nelson. Wrestling on mat number 1. Here's Rude in on the leg. Nelson with the 2-point takedowns. Rude trying to work an escape or loss of control. He's in the bottom position in that situation. Working to come out the back door, pass that leg over his head. Not able to sit through. Nelson catches the ankle. That's Jaron Nelson from Oaks on mat number 2. Now Rude steps back around over the top. Try to work some points with under a minute remaining. Nelson steps away. 1-point escape. 1 point for Gavin Rude on mat number 2. Nelson and Nitschke. Nelson still with a 2-1 lead. Nitschke ducks underneath Nelson, catches him with double unders. Nitschke goes back in. Nelson up 2-1. Of time. Now a restart back to the center of the mat with 40 seconds remaining on mat 2. 41 on mat number 1. Nelson takes a peek at the clock, down to 35 seconds. And now Rude spins back around, picks up a 2-point takedown. He's up 4-1 on Nelson. Nelson in the bottom position. Jaron Nelson for the Oaks Tornadoes. Tries to hit a sit out, has Rude a little bit high. Down to 10 seconds, under 5 seconds now. Mat number 2 with Nelson. That's Mike Nelson for the Broncos. And Jace Nitschke. 2-1 lead for Mike Nelson going in. He has choice. He chooses bottom position to start. Nelson and Nitschke going at it. Quick start by Nelson off the whistle. Here Nitschke. Nitschke has to return Nelson or let him go. Lets him go for the 1-point escape now. 3-1 lead for Mike Nelson with Jace Nitschke. This one was a 3-2 decision for Nelson during the regular season. And Nitschke, a little level change. Nelson blocks him out. And Jason Nitschke can tie this up with a takedown, working that arm, that taped up elbow and arm of Mike Nelson on the far side. Gets down into a single leg on Nelson. Has Nelson going down to his hip. And Nitschke working up underneath Nelson, trying to counter here, get a stalemate. And Nitschke has that leg of Nelson tucked underneath. Now elevates it, goes into a double on Nelson. Nelson lets go. Yes, Nitschke still has yet to turn the corner on Nelson. Nelson now gets up over the top of Jace Nitschke. Mike Nelson trying to scoot around. He's up over the top here. Nitschke, now Nelson sits through, steps over, cartwheels over the top of Nitschke here. Scramble. Nelson grabs the head, has Nitschke on his hip. Nelson working for the takedown. Not sure much more he has to do to secure. Now, 2-point takedown for Mike Nelson. He's up 5-1. Jace Nitschke on his hip. Nelson goes head in the hole on Nitschke. Nitschke has to flatten back out. stands back up with 40 seconds remaining. Mike Nelson up 5-1. Now 5-2 lead for Mike Nelson, down to 36 seconds remaining. Nitschke trying to work some magic, back in a nice single leg. Nelson cracks down Nitschke. Nelson just going to drive into Nitschke. Nitschke falling backwards here. Nelson, try to work a fall on Nitschke. Just stepped over here. There, Nelson has Nitschke kind of spladled up. Now he's up. It's a 5-2 lead, down to 10 seconds remaining. And stalemate called here. So Nelson with the good scrambling. We're working on his scrambling. Nitschke, another nice little knee pick on Nelson. Nelson dances away for that win by decision, 5-2 at 172 pounds. Things about to get wild now as we enter that depth of the south border lineup, going into 189 pounds. They send out Daniel Schumacher, state place winner, taking on Madden Schwab, the 8th grader. So Broncos 13-6 going into 189 pounds. We still have state champion Shane Nitschke here at 215 or heavyweight. Just depends on where they want to send him. That duel now, Oaks leads by 1, 25-24 on mat number 2. That's Jaron Nelson in the top position. He leads Gavin Rude by a score of 4-2. Oh, Rude's up in that match. Now here's Schumacher working for a fall on Madden Schwab. Schwab rolls through, gets back, almost belly down, doing everything he can there. Schumacher with the leg splits on Schwab. Picks up his near fall, picks up a 2 near fall on mat number 1. And now a restart. Gavin Rude's up 5-2 on Jaron Nelson. So now Nelson up with the double leg. Nice double leg by Nelson. Closes that up now 5-4. Here's Schumacher working for a fall on Madden Schwab. Schwab shoulders down. That's not just a little bit. Right shoulder. Schumacher has 40 seconds to work for this pin. He's going to squeeze on through. Applying a lot of pressure to the shoulders of Madden Schwab. Schwab trying to bridge out. Now north-south, and that does it. So Schumacher wins by fall over Madden Schwab of the Broncos. 13-12 dual score. Here goes Drew Anderson for the Broncos against state champion last year, Shane Nitschke. 215 pounds. South Border grabs the lead. They're up 13-12. So Nelson and Rude, a little scramble out by Rude. Rude's trying to get over the top here, down with 30 seconds remaining. And mat number 2, here's Anderson and Nitschke. The first 19 seconds, they go out of bounds on the far side of the mat. The Broncos still with a 1-point lead, up 13-12. So far, South Border with the 2 pins in the duel. Nitschke drops down on Anderson. Anderson rolls through Nitschke. He's going to roll on top of Anderson. I don't know if I've seen a pin like this. He just rolls on top here. Anderson trying to bridge out of that. Catches both the arms of Drew Anderson. Now Nitschke applies pressure here to that left shoulder of Anderson, working it down in the mat. Anderson still trying to bridge out. And a win by fall for Shane Nitschke over Drew Anderson. 18-13, 3 pins for the Mustangs. In the duel. Now Cole Nitschke takes the mat against Aiden Hinkle. You're at 285 pounds. So 18-13 dual score. South Border takes the lead. Nice single leg shot by Nitschke. Nitschke drops down Hinkle to the mat. Hinkle on his hips, trying to sprawl out of here. Cole Nitschke works around the backside of Hinkle. Hinkle still trying to scoot out. Gets back up over the top. Just trying to use that strength. Gets around for a 2-point takedown on Cole Nitschke. Drops down, doubles up on Cole Nitschke. Takes him out of bounds. So 2-0 lead for Aiden Hinkle on Cole Nitschke. And Kindred now with a 27-25 lead for third place. They're at 121 pounds. Matthias Dahlstrom out wrestling. Nice ankle pick, drops down. Here's Hinkle. Mat return goes crossface on Nitschke. So Hinkle trying to work that crossface. Nitschke working hand control. Spins around underneath. Still a couple weight classes to wrestle over on mat number 2. Kindred up 27-25. Dahlstrom in the top position. Another big mat return. Here for Cole Nitschke and Aiden Hinkle. Hinkle gets high, Nitschke rolls over on top. 2-point reversal here for Hinkle and Nitschke. We're tied up at 2. Nitschke going to work on top now, catches the wrist of Aiden Hinkle. Down to 34 seconds remaining in the first period. We're tied up at 2. Hammerlock for Nitschke is going to go around the head of Aiden Hinkle. Has the hammerlock, locks it up, spins over Hinkle to his back. Working for the fall with 19 seconds remaining. Here's Cole Nitschke over Aiden Hinkle. The final 13 seconds for Hinkle rolls through. Nitschke sets him back on the mat, down to 7 seconds. Big pin for Cole Nitschke over Aiden Hinkle. 24-13 dual score. Lewin Salgado goes out for the Broncos at 107 against Vetter. So Ian Anderson not in the lineup. So here's Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom, he's up 8-2. Mat number 2, now up 10-2. They're at 121 pounds. So Vetter and Salgado going at it on mat number 1. Here Dahlstrom works an armbar, walks around the head. It stretches out those arms. Working for the pin on mat number 1, or mat number 2. 2-0 lead for Vetter. That's a win by fall for Dahlstrom. 31-27 dual score. They're going into 127 pounds. So Kindred has a chance here to take this duel and take third place. Possibly challenge. Here 27-31 is that dual score. Oaks is up by 4 points. Now working for the fall, here's Rylan Vetter, has Salgado stacked up. And Vetter is going to stretch out the arm. Working for the fall is Rylan Vetter on Lewin Salgado, down under 52 seconds remaining. Vetter up over the top on Salgado, going to stretch it out. And there it is there. With Vetter now resets on Salgado, down to 30 seconds remaining, trying to work for the fall. Put the Southborder Mustangs up 30-13 on mat number 1. Salgado still bridging out, down to 24 seconds remaining. And Swenson, Noak Swenson working for the fall. On mat number 2, has a double armbar locked up. Mariotto trying to Myrado, that's a win by fall for Swenson. Kindred takes back the lead 33-31. And Salgado gets out into the second period. 5-0 lead for Vetter. So 5-0 lead on mat number 1 in the match. Your Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard. Southborder leads the duel 24-13. So the gymnasium growing eerily quiet after all that commotion. After that 160-pound match, now we have a whistle. So we'll have to fix the headgear on mat number 1. 24-13 lead for South Border over the Broncos. The duel started at 1:39. South Border Mustangs picked up a win by foul. Riker Vetter over Greenlee, Griffin Greenlee of the Broncos. Take a look at that Northeast Subregion bracket. You can also catch that action on yourliveevent.com. And Northern Lights makes it into the championship duel. They defeated Pembina County North 49-19. They take on Carrington. Carrington over Hillsborough Central Valley 54-13. So they wrestle through the wrestle back. So they're setting up like a the Consolations. You lose in the semifinals, you go to the Consi semis. So that championship match is between Carrington and Northern Lights. And Ryland Vetter wins by fall over Lewin Salgado. We got Zane Allender and Brock Johnson. Allender is up 2-0. Zane Allender coming in on the end of the season. That's a 2-0 lead. This is a deciding match coming down to this match for third place. With Allender lead 2-0 over Brock Johnson. And standout wrestlers on both teams. A level change by Johnson. Allender with the 2-0 lead. That's on mat number 1. So now Southport is up 30-13. On mat number 1, Cruz Ranke, Jared Schilling take the mat. And Schilling, double leg shot on Ranke. Ranke is going to block out. Schilling back to his feet, backs Ranke up, going double underhooks on Ranke. Ranke goes double overs, trying to circle back out. A minute 3 remaining. There's Johnson in on a double leg shot on Allender. Johnson trying to tie this one up. Kindred leads 33-31. And Allender out down on his hip. Johnson not able to swim up over the top. Now pulls that arm up and over on Allender. Allender trying to pass the leg over the head. Johnson kind of catches Allender. They're definitely in a danger position for Allender as Johnson's up over the top. Catches now. Johnson's going to catch Allender trying to roll through. Still no points here for Johnson. Now a 2-point takedown for Johnson, working the fall on Zane Allender. 2-0, now tied up at 2 apiece. Looks like 2 near fall for Johnson. And now 2 near fall for Brock Johnson. Here's Ranke working for the fall on Schilling. Ranke steps over the top, final 3 seconds. And just as time expires, 2 near fall for Cruz Ranke. Well, the oozing the ahs going in the crowd here, going on her feet. Ranke has a 4-0 lead over Schilling. Here's Allender and Johnson going at it on mat number 2. It's for all the marbles for third place. Impossible challenge. Here's Allender. Little hip ice through on Johnson. Johnson and Allender. Johnson cracks down. Allender back to the mat. Here's Schilling working a head and arm on Ranke. Ranke spins back around on top. No change of position. Back to the neutral position. Johnson keeping Allender broke down on the mat. 33-31. We do have blood time. So this is our first blood time in many moons in this dual tournament. That's your Bank North timeout. Bank North, they take community to heart, helping their customers achieve their financial goals while supporting and improving the great rural communities we serve. They're more than just a bank. A Bank North, it's a community partner that you can always count on. It's values-based banking. To learn more, visit ibanknorth.com. Member FDIC and equal housing lender. There's your Bank North timeout. Blood time on mat number 1 between Jared Schilling, Cruz Ranke. We're going to go neutral position for the restart. And Allender ties it up. He's tied it up with Brock Johnson with the reversal on mat number 2. Allender working a crossface, has a leg locked in on the far side. Now going to go cradle, has a cradle locked up. They're working the edge of the mat. Johnson works out of that pinning combination set up by Allender. Now down to 25 seconds, just working the edge of the mat here, waiting for Johnson to explode out of the bottom. Allender working an arm lever on Johnson, gets back around behind him. Johnson now, the last 15 seconds, stands up. Allender, edge of the mat, they go out of bounds. Back for the restart. Now Ranke has Schilling locked up in a headlock. Ranke working for the fall on mat number 1 with the pin for the Broncos. And the crowd explodes on the far side of the gymnasium as Cruz Ranke with the win by fall. Ranke, 30-19 duel score. They're going into 121 pounds. Duel's not over yet. Broncos say hold on. They're going to 121. Grayson Lyons, Liam Lepp. Lyons and Lepp out on the mat. You're going sudden victory overtime. This is a duel on mat number 2. So Johnson and Allender. Allender steps away. Johnson reshoots on Allender. This is for 3rd place. We're tied up at 4. Sudden victory overtime. Can't find a better finish to a great duel between the Oaks Tornadoes and the Kindred Vikings. And stalemate back to the center of the mat. 38 seconds remaining in this overtime. First overtime sudden victory period. And now Johnson in on the double leg. Now Allender momentarily tried to hip by through. That's 2-point victory in the takedown. Brock Johnson, the Kindred Vikings, is in 3rd place. 36-31 is that final score. They wait to see the final outcome of this duel between the Lisbon Broncos and the South Border Mustangs. Back here now, Lions, little leg pass by Lepp. Now in a scramble position. Lions are coming up over the top with 23 seconds remaining, trying to turn the corner. Here's Grayson Lyons. Lyons gets around the corner, and Lepp tries to pass the wrist to Lyons. Lyons with a 2-0 lead at the end of this first period. He's up 2-0. They're working, chop the arm, trying to work a chicken wing on the far side now. Lepp keeping that head buried down in the mat. So Grayson Lyons leads 2-0 over Liam Lepp. That duel for 3rd place. The Kindred over Oaks, 36-31. They're waiting the outcome of this duel between the South Border Mustangs and the Lisbon Broncos. The duel started at 139 pounds. Riker Vetter wins by fall over Griffin Greenlee. Still wrestling here with 27 and 33 to go. Lepp takes a step back, now wades back in. 2-0 lead for Grayson Lyons. Dakota Heritage Bank scoreboard, that dual score 30-19. A little snap down by Lepp. Lyons pops back up to his feet. Grayson Lyons, a sophomore, 22 and 14. Liam Lepp, 5 and 12 for the South Border Mustangs. They're wrestling 121 pounds. The Lions working on the far wrist of Lepp. Takes a step down, goes for a single leg on the outside. Now Lepp tried to reshoot. Lion blocks, pushes him back. Down to 40 seconds in their second period. Grayson Lions up 2-0. The Lions continues that motion. Little arm drag attempt by Lepp. Lions able to get back. Now a reshot by Lions. Lepp snaps down on Lions. Lions trying to come up over the top, down to 7 seconds. Drops down to a leg. Grayson Lions up on top, trying to get around behind here as time expires, down to 2 seconds. Both wrestlers to their feet. No change of position. 2-0 lead. Lions choice, he chooses bottom. Lions would bring this place to its feet with a pin, at least on the far side of the gymnasium. And a false start. Now Lions kind of tripods up. Here with Lepp. Lepp slips in the spiked ankle on the backside. Little sit out here by Lions. Lions stands up with Lepp. Lions trying to work an escape here. Hits the corner, trying to turn it for Grayson Lions. Lepp hanging on for dear life on the bottom position. Lions trying to work back to the head, gets around behind, picks up a 2-point reversal. He goes up 4-0. Lions has a minute 20 to work on top with Lepp. Lepp, nice sit out. Lions follows him back around. Lepp clears his hands, gets back up to his feet, 4-1. Lions takes a look at the scoreboard. Not the time to be looking at the clock here. He's up 4-1, a minute remaining in the third period. Here's Lions, goes collar tie, takes a step back, and down to 48 seconds. And working behind the scoreboard, now steps back to the center of the mat. And Grayson Lions, Liam Lepp going at it. And Lepp with the shot on Lions, down to 27 seconds remaining. Now a nice single leg shot here for Liam Lepp. Lepp in on a good double, takes Lions down. So now 4-3. So Lepp's gonna let Lions up, down to 16 seconds. Lions trying to coast through this. Like I said, that minute 5, he takes a look at the clock. That's not the right time to look at the clock here when he's up. Now 12 seconds remaining. Lions steps up here down to 8 seconds. Now the final 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 5-3 lead for Grayson Lions. Lions will win by decision, 5-3 over Liam Lepp. Picks up 3 more points, 30-22 is our dual score. Cash Waitson takes the mat for the Lisbon Broncos. Waitson steps on the mat. So we're going to settle this match or this duel in dramatic fashion now. Here with Wadeson stepping on the mat against Brody Michelson. So Michelson, state qualifier last year at 113 pounds, takes a nice high crotch shot here with Wadeson. Whoa, Wadeson and Michelson go out of bounds. So Wadeson is going to get penalized. So Wadeson gets penalized here. That headlock throws Michelson out on the hard floor. Michelson takes a 1-0 lead. The ref, they're well out of bounds there, and the ref blew the whistle as Wadeson was hitting a throw. So now Michelson went down hard to the floor here with Wadeson. Wadeson working double unders on Michelson. Wadeson's up. Gonna throw Michelson down there on the edge of the mat. wrestlers out of bounds for a 1-0 lead for Brody Michelson over Cash Wadeson. And Wadeson drives Michelson out of bounds. Michelson warned was stalling for backing out. Now Wadeson double underhooks. Going to throw Michelson over. Wadeson working for the foul for the Broncos here. This is going to explode, take the roof off of the gymnasium. Wadeson up over the top. Michelson trying to bridge out. Here's Cash Wadeson, the senior, looking for the foul and the pin for Cash Wadeson and the Lisbon Broncos. A dual score now, 30-28. Brings it down here, 133 pounds. Noah Anderson and Tristan Lepp. Anderson and Lepp. So 30-28 is our dual score. Another one coming down here to the last match. And Kindred and Oaks. We'll just have to have this score fixed. We'll step away, take a word from our sponsors. That's 30-28 in favor of the South Border Mustangs. You're watching YourLiveEvent.com. All right, score is fit. Correct score on the scoreboard, 30-28 in favor of the South Border Mustangs. Coming down to our last match of the duel.
From on-site farm repairs to maintaining the condition of your vehicle, trust the staff at Welton's Tire Service. They've served the Lisbon area since 1972, guaranteeing customers satisfaction and workmanship from farm equipment, tire services, and preventative vehicle maintenance. You'll find it all from affordable prices, free estimates, to their knowledgeable technicians answering any question. Welton's Tire Service is locally owned and located on Main Street in Lisbon. For information, go online to weltonstire.net or call 701-683-5136.
Every Wednesday night at 7, watch the YourLiveEvent.com Coaches Show, presented by the Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation. Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region.
So after they fixed that scoreboard, 2-0 lead for Tristan Lepp, picks up the first takedown, first 40 seconds of the match. Had a half Nelson locked up on the edge. Anderson able to get back belly down, scrambles out of bounds for a restart. Now Anderson stands up, hip heists back into Lepp. Lepp returns him down. Anderson caught on his hip. Down to a minute remaining. Anderson's going to try to sit through here with Lepp. Down to 53 seconds remaining. And a stalemate call. Now a stall warning on Tristan Lepp. So Lepp warned was stalling. So Kindred Vikings awaiting the result of this and challenge the Broncos. Lose this duel, they can challenge for second place. Now Lepp goes leg ride, and Anderson leaves the far side open. Lepp's going to go guillotine on Anderson. And down to 32 seconds remaining. So Anderson not yet able to get up off the bottom, get any momentum here with Lepp applying the pressure on top, have a restart back to the center of the mat. Down to 23 seconds remaining here for Noah Anderson. Anderson with the stand-up. Lepp continues the pressure. Anderson sits out here, down to 14 seconds, now 13. Working towards the edge of the mat. Anderson steps up, back for a restart. Anderson trying to knee slide. Lepp just hanging on. He has Velcro on those hands right now. Anderson on the restart. Little tripod, down to 7 seconds remaining. He steps up. Lepp has to return him. He does have a stall warning. Returns Anderson down to the mat just as time expires. Anderson took the hip ice, maybe better to hold his position on that. Now Lepp in the bottom position. He has a 2-0 lead on Noah Anderson. First move, little stand-up attempt. Anderson catches the wrist to Lepp. Anderson working the spike breakdown here with spike the back ankle. Now Lepp able to free that hand. Anderson tried to chop it. Hits a sit-through on Anderson. Anderson working around the top. Goes double legs on Tristan Lepp. Gets Lepp broke down. Down to minute 27 remaining. The duel score 28-30. A minute 12 remaining. Now a minute 10 here. Lepp with a little momentum stands up on the far edge of the mat. Hits a nice switch. Comes up over the top here on Anderson. Anderson reaching over, trying to cradle up Lepp. Lepp trying to turn the corner on Anderson. Gets him down to his hip on the edge. Anderson trying to work up on Lepp. Now Lepp steps back up Anderson. And Lepp roll out of bounds back for a restart. That center edge of the mat down to 52 seconds remaining. The restart, little chop on the far side by Anderson. And Lepp working underneath. He had choice to start the period. So Anderson here with Lepp working some hand control, just patiently working, methodical on the bottom. Now trying to pass that wrist with Anderson. Anderson working the far side with the spiral. Down under 30 seconds remaining. 2-0 lead for Tristan Lepp. Lepp stands up. Anderson returns him back down to the mat, down to 15 seconds remaining. Lepp trying to score here at the end of the period. Tripods up on the far side. Anderson working the cradle. Now has the ball and chain hooked up, gives up on that, goes up to the top on the far side. And time expires. Anderson down by 2 points. He has bottom position. He's going to take bottom. So Anderson going bottom. Final 2 minutes. Duel on the line here between South Border and the Lisbon Broncos. Anderson stands up here. Lepp and Anderson going at it. Anderson turns around. Hip ice into Lepp. 1 point here. Anderson on the edge of the mat trying to work a reversal on the edge. Lepp hanging on. Anderson working the back ankle on Tristan Lepp. And no change of position here. Now a stalemate call, 2-1 lead for Tristan Lepp on Noah Anderson. Anderson here with a minute 35 for the Broncos. 2-1 lead for Tristan Lepp. Lepp stands, holds ground in the middle of the mat here with Noah Anderson. Anderson has to push the pace, down by 1. Anderson with the shot. Lepp sprawls out, working the front headlock on Anderson. Gets around to the leg. Trying to go behind on Anderson. Anderson sprawls out over the top here on Lepp. Lepp goes double leg in the north-south position. They're wasting a lot of time on the clock, down to minute 4 now here for Anderson, working over the top of Lepp. Lepp is going to go single leg, and a stalemate called. Well, both benches up on their feet, willing their wrestler on. 2-1 lead. Duel on the line, down to 57 seconds, so under a minute to go in the third period here for Anderson and Lepp. Anderson double leg shot. Lepp sprawls out. Lepp called with a stalling. So Anderson here now with 42 seconds, running out of time. Steps back up, takes another shot, another stall. Now it's going to tie it up. We're tied up at 2. Now Lepp's going to work a takedown on Anderson. Lepp worked the double leg here on Anderson. Anderson sprawls out, has a chance to work around behind Lepp. Goes to the head, down to 27 seconds. Here's for Noah Anderson. Anderson working on Lepp here. Still trying to turn the corner. Lepp hanging on to Anderson. Down to 19 seconds. And a stalemate called. Tied up at 2 apiece here with Tristan Lepp and Noah Anderson. Another big match here. And Anderson double legs on Lepp. Anderson going in, shoots in, switches to a single here, trying to turn the corner on Lepp. Gets around behind him, grabs the ankle on Tristan Lepp. Here's Anderson, has 5 seconds, That's it. 2 points for Noah Anderson, the duel for the Lisbon Broncos, and they are your Southeast Sub-Region champions. Winner by decision, Noah Anderson, 4-2. They win the duel 31-30 over the South Border Mustangs. Holy cow. Unbelievable. Kindred Vikings waiting over in the corner. Their hopes are dashed now. Not able to challenge. And that's it here from the Lisbon High School Gymnasium. 31-30 win for the Lisbon Broncos over the South Border Mustangs. Holy moly. Noah Anderson, the last second heroics, picks up the takedown. 4-2 win by decision. We'll come back, recap our duel, pick up your IDK Enterprises Precision Move of the Match and your Enbridge Energy Player or Wrestler of the Match on yourliveevent.com.
In North Dakota and Minnesota. Plus, we'll highlight area high school seniors and their achievements in the classroom and on the court with our Senior Spotlight. That's the yourliveevent.com Coaches Show presented by the Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation, Wednesday nights at 7 on yourliveevent.com.
You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsborough. You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsborough.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. Manage what you can to overcome what you cannot. Farming is all about preparing your operation to be successful when given an opportunity. Invest a few minutes and bring in your seed meters to be reconditioned and calibrated. We have some room, so give us a call and we can help you overcome those simple obstacles. RDK Enterprises, 636-2119 or...
Hey, welcome back here. YourLiveEvent.com. Just going over our Coach of the Year for Southeast Subregion. Going to Justin Lehman of the Kindred Vikings. And also your Senior Athlete of the Year goes to Blaze Ranke of the Lisbon Broncos. So now presenting our team awards here at the Southeast Subregion. Second place is South Border, your champions. The Lisbon Broncos win the duel 31-30. Couldn't ask for a much better ending. If you're watching or you're a fan of wrestling in the state of North Dakota, 31-30 win for the Lisbon Broncos. Kind of go back, recap this duel. We started at 139 pounds. Things not going the Broncos' way at the start. Riker Vetter wins by foul over Griffin Greenlee. Greenlee a little shook up after that, but his teammates came through for him in the end. At 145 pounds, Lisbon had put together 4 wins in a row. They chipped away at that lead with Ryan Eng over Carson Glazman by decision. 4-3, Blaze Ranke with a major decision over Brody Hoffman. Now Broncos grab the lead 7-6. 160 pounds, Eli Lyon and Cole Stock duke it out. And Lyons wins by decision 10-4. The Broncos had a 10-6 lead, and then Mike Nelson battles it out once again with Jace Nitschke. Nelson comes out on top 5-2 with a pair of takedowns at 172 pounds. The Broncos at that point, it was 13-6 in favor of the Lisbon Broncos. South Border Mustangs stormed back. They're heart of the lineup. They're tough as nails from 182 up through 285. They picked up 3 pins with Daniel Schumacher, Shane Nitschke, and Cole Nitschke. And then 107 pounds, Rylan Vetter picked up that 4th pin. 4 wins in a row from 189 to 107. South Border Mustangs had 30 points on the board at that time. It was 30-13. The Lisbon Broncos came back. They win the last 4 matches of the duel. with Cruz Ranke over Jared Schilling by fall in 3:15. Grayson Lyons over Liam Lepp by decision 3-2. Cashton Wadeson over Brody Michelson by fall 6-0. And Noah Anderson over Tristan Lepp by decision 4-2. And that is your final score, 31-30. Lisbon Broncos over the South Border Mustangs, going to our RDK Enterprises precision move of the match from RDK Enterprises in Hillsborough and Drayton. For precision planning updates, information, and questions, contact RDK Enterprises in Hillsborough and Drayton at 701-636-2119 or visit plannerdoc.com. They're here to help you. That's RDK Enterprises. This is your precision move of the match. And that goes out to, there's a couple of them in that, but I'm going to go with our first one for Eli Lyons. So Eli Lyons wrestling Cole Stock. That was a back-and-forth battle. Lyons, at the end of the match, as Stock was going in on a nice double leg, Lyons hits a chin whip, throws Cole Stock on the edge of the mat, picks up the 2-point takedown and a near fall. At that point, that was a 50-50 match, but Lyons takes control the last 5 seconds. Threw Stock on his back. The referee a little bit slow to react. And Lyons wins by decision 10-4 in that match at 160 pounds. So Eli Lyons, your first recipient of that RDK Enterprises precision move of the match. And your Enbridge Energy player of the game. That goes out to Noah Anderson for the Lisbon Broncos. Noah taking on Tristan Lepp, couple returning state place winners. Anderson placing second, a runner-up last year. Tristan Lepp, fourth place state winner. Anderson pulls out the win. He earns your Enbridge Energy wrestler of the duel with that 4-2 decision. Seals the duel for the Lisbon Broncos in dramatic fashion. Last second takedown here for Noah Anderson, putting the team on his shoulders. Also like to give Cash Waitson a shout out there as the senior. Also co-recipient of your Enbridge Energy wrestler of the duel, Wadeson, the senior, putting that leadership together. Knew it had to be done at 127 pounds. Came out fired up looking for the big throw against Brody Michelson, and he did secure that at 127 pounds. Reeling Lisbon back within shot of winning that duel. So Cash Wadeson, your second recipient of our Enbridge Energy player of the game, or Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match, or wrestler of the duel. Life takes energy at Enbridge. That's Energy for Life, Enbridge.com for all your career opportunities. And that wraps things up as far as our duels inside the Lisbon High School Gymnasium. Going back to your brackets, you're looking at your first round in your morning session. That was Lisbon Broncos received a bye in the first round after the redrawn brackets. Oaks down Edgeley they'll call them 42-33 in the first quarterfinal match, or first quarterfinal duel. On the bottom side of the bracket, it was number 3 Kindred, 48-27 winners over Napoleon. Number 2 South Border defeated Northern Cass by a score of 40-0. In our semifinals, Lisbon gets Oaks by a score of 43-25, and South Border rolls over Kindred 52-12. South Border, they put together 11 consecutive wins in that match before Kindred finally picked up the last 2 matches at 127 and 133. At 121 and 127. So that was a 52-12 win for the South Border Mustangs. Rolled into the semifinal, or the championship match with the Broncos with a little bit of swagger. Just looked unstoppable after that duel with Kindred. And going into your 5th place match, the Edgeley Combe Thunder, they defeated Napoleon by a score of 48-24. That was for 5th place. Then Kindred and Oaks battled out. That was another back and forth battle. Came down to that last match. And that was up at 133 pounds. So Brock Johnson bumps up to 133, and he wrestles Zane Allender. That match went into sudden victory overtime with Brock Johnson winning that and pulls out the victory for the Oaks Tornadoes, for the Kindred Vikings, for Brock Johnson with the sudden victory win. And the Kindred Vikings win that 36-31. They sat quietly and waited for the outcome of that South Border Lisbon duel. Lisbon wins that championship by a score of 31-30 inside their home gymnasium. And they are your East Region, Southeast Subregion dual champions for 2024. And they will roll into the state tournament as the region champions, waiting to see what those seeds are. Lisbon does have a loss in the regular season to Velva, but they have finished on top of Velva in the tournaments they have wrestled. up at Carrington and then also at the East-West, which was last week. The Broncos taking the New Salem East-West Championship. South Border was idle last week. And we will head now into our individual wrestling tournament, East Region tournament for both the boys and girls in Carrington. We'll have coverage on yourliveevent.com. That's audio only, as that is covered by video with NFHS. Not sure, I don't believe they'll have play-by-play, but you may get some video on that. But we will have audio coverage of your East Region boys and girls individual tournament from Carrington, North Dakota on Friday and Saturday on yourliveevent.com. And we will have coverage of the North Dakota State Class B wrestling tournament and North Dakota State Class A wrestling tournament along with their girls state tournament on yourliveevent.com. Also with audio coverage from the 15th to the 17th of February up at the Fargo Dome. Well, this is sports announcer guy Brent Dick from the Lisbon High School Gymnasium. Calling it a day. We will see you next week with the call up at Carrington on the girls' individual side on Friday and the boys on Saturday. Everybody have safe travels. Good night. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Dakota Heritage Bank is a bank on the go and on the grow, with locations in Hunter, Hope, Galesburg, Hillsboro, Grandin, Gackle, Streeter, Judd, Harvey, Medina, and Red Lake Falls. More locations and more services. Dakota Heritage Bank offers mobile banking and online banking with bill pay, so you can bank anytime, anywhere. Stop in and visit Dakota Heritage Bank today. Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. dhbanknd.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
You'll fall in love with